Sumeru, our next objective should be to head to Sumeru City and find a way to
Sumeru.
meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Ah, it's Sumeru. I've been pronouncing it
Speaking
wrong.
of Lesser Lord Kusanali, even though we haven't heard too much about her, she doesn't seem to be the same deity who abducted your brother. But even so, people call Sumeru the Nation of Wisdom, you know. If we can get a chance to meet the God of Wisdom, maybe she can give us some useful information.
Okay.
Paimon doesn't know the way to Sumeru City. Maybe we can climb up to that spot with the statue of the Seven on it. That'll give us a way better view of things.
Oh, hello.
Wait a second. Look!
Who's that?
Perfect timing! Now we can just ask for directions rather than wander around like lost adventurers. Hey there! We're not from around here. We seem to have gotten a little lost. Huh? Did they not hear Paimon? Hey! You over there! Could you give us some directions? What's going on here? There's no way she could have missed that. Could she be ignoring us? How did she?
Maybe there's a reason she's ignoring us.
Well, even so, she might be heading someplace where we could find other people to ask. Let's keep our distance and follow her. Look, she's sitting over there. Wait, she couldn't possibly be living here, could she? It looks like she's meditating or something. If we bother her now, she probably wouldn't let us off very lightly. Oh! What a lovely smell. It's coming from that sensor over there. This is definitely not your typical place to call home, but at least it smells nice. Maybe living here wouldn't be too bad after all.
Oh.
Huh? What's the matter? You don't look too good.
Hallucinogenics?
What? Is the smell making you feel sick? Paimon doesn't feel anything.
I've got to get out of here. I think I'm gonna pass out. Oh my gosh, are we getting...
What's happening? Traveler? This is no time for a nap. Oh, come on.
A cutscene already? Okay, Miss Girl. Yeah. Is that cubes in the background? Oh, the cubes in the back look like the Conrea scene that we get from the beginning. Another cutscene.
Traveler's been out for a long time now.
Yes, you can relax. Believe me, Master is extremely knowledgeable. If he says that she's going to be alright, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Oh.
Oh, are you awake now?
Oh, thank goodness! Traveler, you're finally
She's so cute. Where am I?
Well, we're at... good question. Where are we? Paimon was in such a panic when you passed out that she even forgot to ask what place this is.
This is Gandharvaville. It was originally built by scholars from Sumeru as a place to rest in the rainforest. Now it's mainly used by the forest rangers as a base of operations. My name is Kale. I'm a trainee forest ranger. My master and I found you passed out during our patrol, so we brought you here.
Thanks. Thanks, Mom.
No thanks are necessary. I didn't do anything, really. By the way, how are you feeling now? Any discomfort?
There's a taste in my mouth. It's so bitter.
Oh, that's Master's herbal medicine you're tasting.
Oh.
He gave you some while you were unconscious.
Who's Master?
Before I forget, Master mentioned you should take more medicine once you wake up. Whoops!
Kale, what's the matter? were you trying to retrieve the medicine? As I've already told you, you must be careful with these. All right, I'll get it for you once I'm finished here.
Sorry, Master.
Now, the guide to Avivia Forest's
Sigh.
edible fungi is clearly posted on our bulletin board. But if Farbode forgets which mushrooms to avoid one more time, I'll have no choice but to leave the guide somewhere a little more visible. Like right smack on his forehead so others can remind him to be careful.
Oh, Tignari is a little bit more spicy than I expected.
How are you doing? Feeling better?
This is my master, Forest Watcher Tighnari. He's chief officer over all the rangers here in Gandharvaville.
Okay.
I already informed Paimon about the reason you fell unconscious earlier. But now that you're awake, let me explain it for you as well. It is common practice for Sumeru scholars of certain darshans to dedicate themselves to training and meditation in isolated areas, particularly the nearby forests. While meditating, they use a certain incense known as Spirit Borneol to help calm their minds as they enter a state of deep rumination.
Ah, okay. So hallucinogens.
In hopes of asking directions, you two followed a scholar named Hypatia into her cave. The incense you smelled inside was the Spirit Borneol I just mentioned.
Okay.
That incense typically has no effect on most people.
Oh.
But for a very select few, it can have profound effects on one's cognition, as you experienced firsthand. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. The hallucinogen chooses the hallucinogeny. Tighnari.
Did you feel anything after passing out? Say, any out-of-body experiences? Or did you see anything while unconscious?
Yes. Big tree, cube. Conria, you know. How do you explain that without dumping your entire, like 2 years of lore on this stranger that you just met?
Kale, let the others know to stop bringing their patrol logs here for now. These two will be staying here for the next few days. They can have my room and I'll bunk with Amir. Now get a move on and be sure to do as I've said.
Yes, Master Tighnari.
Wait, hold on a second. Can you tell us what's going on?
Sure, let me fill you in. I originally planned to send you on your way once you finished your medicine. However, it appears now that you should stay a while longer in Gandharvaville for further observation while you recuperate.
Further observation?
But we need to get back to Sumeru City.
No need to be hasty. As long as you have the capacity to judge between right and wrong, I promise that you'll understand the gravity of the situation once I explain everything to you. Based on what you saw after smelling the incense and losing consciousness, we can conclude that you experienced a powerful hallucination,
Hallucinogenic!
which suggests your mental state is not in the best of shape.
Tell me about it.
If you're skeptical, have a whiff of this.
I don't think I want to.
Oh, are you okay?
You're experiencing a similar sensation as when you passed out, aren't you? Even though your condition is stable as of now, if I were to haphazardly let you leave, it's highly likely that you'd suddenly pass out again somewhere else. The rainforest is home to many fierce animals and hazardous areas. If something were to happen to you again, I'm afraid you might not be so lucky. I suggest you continue taking your medicine each day and avoid wandering off on your own. At least until you stop having adverse reactions to this kind of smell, okay?
Someone helping us? I know. Not asking for a favor?
Good. Now continue resting while I fire up another bowl of medicine for you.
Seriously? We just arrived in Sumeru and we're already having problems left and right. Paimon knows we're set on meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali as soon as possible, but you really don't look too good. It'd probably be best to let you recover first.
Yeah, I don't really want to pass out in front of the Danger Archon.
Hey! Are you even listening to Paimon? Paimon's over here worrying about you, you know.
I feel it's a little weird.
What's weird? You mean how you're feeling now?
I don't think what I saw were hallucinations.
You mean the vision of tree roots and red skies you saw? But if those weren't hallucinations, what could they be?
I'm not sure. When I saw the vision, it felt as if I was standing deep underground. But the red sky, could it have been Conria?
Michael says I can't get over Tighnari's Karen haircuts and those Claire's neon highlight extensions.
But why didn't you say anything about it to Tighnari? If he misjudged your condition, then there's a chance you could get worse, right?
He probably wasn't telling us the truth? Oh.
Huh? You mean that Tighnari already knows that what you saw weren't hallucinations? But if that's the case, why would he try to hide that from us?
Exactly, we need to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That explains why you were so quiet earlier. Well, that settles it then. We'll stay here to rest up and figure out what's going on with your hallucinations. But
it's not a hallucination.
Asking Tighnari might not be an option anymore. What do you think we should do?
Let's start by having a chat with Kale.
Good idea. Kale's pretty friendly. We can ask her tomorrow about what she knows regarding the Dendro Archon and customs in Sumeru. Rise and shine! Come on, it's time to go.
Wow. Have we ever taken a nap intentionally in the entire duration of Genshin Impact? Because I don't remember ever taking a nap.
Happy to see the drawing vids back, MS Dish.
Thank you,
Indish
Esky.
Flower.
All right, next let's see your right hand. Yes, not bad. But please remember that you still need to be careful. Understand?
Yes, I will. By the way, Master, I still haven't received the patrol route for today.
Look, Kale, today's patrol will be a long one, so you won't be coming along this time. Besides, there's a chance we may encounter... well, you understand.
But I have a vision too!
But you're just a little
Am I
girl.
useless to everyone now?
Don't talk like that, Kale. This is not something you need to be worrying about right now. Ah, there you are. Feeling any better?
I don't know.
Yeah, since we'll be staying here for now, we thought we might as well try lending a hand around here.
Seems you're not the type to sit back and take it easy for a while, huh? In that case, perhaps Kale could take you two for a patrol south of Gandharvaville for the day.
Yeah.
And if you're feeling up to it, you can be responsible for cleaning the Statue of the Seven.
He's putting us on housekeeping.
Tighnari, we're ready to head out.
Roger, I'll be right there. All right, we'll be heading into the forest now. I'll leave any further details to Kale.
Washing the stone.
Yes, you can count on me.
So, Kale, what exactly are we going to be doing today? Tighnari mentioned cleaning the statue just now, but, that doesn't really sound like a job for a ranger.
Seriously.
Well, forest
Wax
rangers'
on, wax off.
responsibilities can be pretty diverse. They handle a variety of tasks, like checking the condition of outlying roads, maintaining forest facilities, ensuring fire prevention standards are met, and providing assistance to travelers and locals. As for Master, well, he has to handle more dangerous areas of the rainforest. Today we can perform routine checks on the pathway lamps as we make our way to the Statue of the Seven. The Statue of the Seven is up on top of that large rock formation. You must have seen it when you came down this road before.
Yes.
It's pretty high up there, isn't it? Don't worry. If you're afraid you can't make it up there, I'm sure Master wouldn't mind if you don't clean the statue.
I'm a terrific climber. Shouldn't be a problem.
I guess I'll leave it up to you then.
Paimon will fly up with you and help you with those hard-to-reach areas.
Paimon's gonna actually help with
By
something?
the way, Kale, do you know anything about the Dendro Archon? You know, what's she like?
That depends. Are you referring to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Huh? Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Oh, is that the name of the former Dendro Archon?
Uh-huh. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was Sumeru's first Dendro Archon. She created the rainforest as well as the wall of Samiel around the desert. Her works provided a means of peaceful living for everyone.
And then Kusanali came around and just, you know.
To the people of Sumeru, she's not only a symbol of wisdom, but also of power and kindness. Unfortunately, she disappeared in a great calamity that occurred a few hundred years ago.
Sounds exactly like what happened to Raiden Makoto. Does that coincide with Kanria? Oh.
According to what Master has told me, the sages later found the newly born Dendro Archon and whisked her back to Sumeru. To celebrate the reinstatement of their lost deity, the sages dubbed her Lesser Lord Kusanali and let her reside in the sanctuary of Sarastana.
Uh-huh. Then what happened?
Well, and then I'm not too sure what happened, to be honest.
Huh? You're not too sure? But aren't you from Sumeru?
Yeah, I'm from Sumeru.
Maybe it's difficult to discuss this topic with strangers. If that's the case, then don't worry, we understand.
No, it's not that. I'm not trying to hide something from you. Besides, I don't consider you two strangers. Anyway, you two know Amber, right?
Oh.
Wait.
Yeah, we know Amber.
You mean...
Amber the Outrider, Knight of Favonius?
Yes, that's her. I once lived in Mondstadt for a while, and she helped me a lot during that time. You could even say that she helped me become a new person.
Oh.
There's no one like Amber. She lives life to the fullest while always adhering to her strong sense of justice. She's ready to answer the call for action at any moment, but is also very understanding of others. She's like the spark that lights the fire in everyone's heart around her.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, Cole.
If you ask me, she's a prime example of a true outrider. She's the first person anyone coming to Mondstadt will meet. You can't help but be enthralled by her charm and enthusiasm, causing you to fall in love with the lands of Mondstadt.
Oh my gosh, Cole.
Sorry.
Paimon thought the work of Outriders was a little different from what you just described, but one thing's for sure, you really like Amber.
Sorry. I was rambling on just now. It must have sounded kind of weird.
No, it's okay. We read the manga.
It's alright, Kale. Knowing that you're a friend of Amber somehow makes Paimon suddenly feel a lot closer to you. So, how do you know that we've met Amber?
Well, after I returned to Sumeru, Amber and I have stayed in touch by writing each other letters.
Sweet.
In one letter, she mentioned that Mondstadt was attacked by a fearsome dragon, but the city was saved by a mysterious blonde traveler and their floating companion. I knew you two were the ones she mentioned in the letter the moment I saw you. But, considering everything you've been through that day, I thought it'd be inappropriate to bring it up.
So that's how you knew.
Pimpo, so cute.
So please know that you two have my complete trust. Really. I wish I could tell you more about the Ginger Archon, but I have been away from Sumeru for some time, and I haven't read any books. Sorry.
Oh.
That's alright.
She was?
You've already helped us a lot. We had never even heard of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or the Sanctuary of Surasthana until you mentioned them.
I'm happy that was helpful. There is one thing I want to ask, though. Why do you two want to know about the Ginger Archon?
We explained the purpose of your journey to Cole.
So that's why you're here. Thank you for telling me your story.
And suddenly, 5 hours have passed.
Don't mention it. We are friends after all, right? Alright, we have a statue to clean.
Cleaning time.
Huh. Now that Paimon looks at it, the deity that's carved on the statue is kinda small.
Also, is broken. Is it always broke? Are the statues always broken like that?
Do you think she's supposed to be Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali? The name does seem to fit the statue somehow. Well, anyway, we'll have to figure that out later.
Welcome back. You must be tired after all that climbing. Let's take a little break. I brought some fruit and water for us.
Yay, food! What kind of goodies did you bring? Hey, don't be a party pooper. It's not like Kale is a stranger or anything. Besides, the best way to compliment a chef is to show passion for their food. Xiangling taught Paimon that.
I prepared a nice portable dish that forest rangers like to eat called pita pockets.
Hey.
I hope you'll like them.
We used to eat pita. My mom used to make pita pockets.
Whoops!
No! You dropped it on the ground!
I'll still eat it. Hand it over.
Not to worry. I wrapped a few layers of oiled paper
Pita.
around each pita. They should be fine.
I love pita.
Oh, Paimon nearly had a heart attack there.
5-second rule, baby.
Those pitas are amazing! You're quite the cook, Kale. Thank goodness you wrapped them in paper. Paimon wouldn't have been able to sleep at night knowing something so tasty had been wasted.
You really know how to compliment the chef, Paimon. Oh, by the way, You've heard of the Academia, right? Well, there's a group called... something? Well, anyway, because Master does a lot of research on plants, sages from the Academia have written him many times, inviting him to take up an official position there. But Master declines their offers every time, saying, Sumeru City is too noisy. It'd be bad for my ears.
It does sound like something Tignari would say. Why do we keep acting like we know everything about... I would say something like this about someone who I've known for a good amount of time. We just met these characters.
Seems you already know him well. Anyway,
no, we don't!
I'm sure the sages were not happy about his responses.
This is weird. Why are we speedrunning friendship with all of these characters?
Master could obviously have a bright future in the Academia, but he insists on sticking to the path of a forest watcher. Every day he helps the locals of the forest and passes on his extensive knowledge to trainees like me. In fact, Master's the one who taught me how to make pita pockets.
Oh, speaking of Tignari, he was the one who took care of you after finding you passed out yesterday. He even carried you all the way here.
Whoa.
Paimon's still kinda upset, though. He kept scolding Paimon the entire way here.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Master might have been overreacting a little. But it's mostly because Paimon wouldn't stop yelling, "Why, oh why? Is she going to die?" It probably started to get under Master's skin after a while.
Nice.
Hey! Don't laugh! Paimon was
why?
genuinely concerned about you.
Is she gonna die?
Hey! Now even Kali's starting to laugh. That's it! Paimon won't forget this. It's time for some primordial wrath!
Good one. Good one.
No! Don't touch me!
Kale, what's the matter? Oh no.
Oh, sorry, Kale. Paimon didn't mean to scare you.
No, I just...
Traumatized?
I didn't mean that.
No.
Kale, are you okay? What's the matter?
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I must have startled you both reacting like that. Oh, well, it's getting late now. Let's hurry back to Gandharville. I think Master and the others should be back by now, too.
Huh? What was up with Kale just now? And why is she in such a hurry all of a sudden? Look, she's practically running back. Paimon can't even see her now.
Ah, Traveler, you've returned.
Yep, we're back. Have you seen Kale by any chance?
Oh,
Oh, her
Kale?
eyes are different.
Yes, I saw her go into her room just a moment ago.
That's not the eye shape we typically see on the NPCs.
Oh, okay. Guess we'll just have to wait and talk to her tomorrow then. Tignari, what are you doing here? Where's Kale?
I came to check on Kale's condition. To put it simply, she's not well.
No. Oh.
You mean she's sick? How could she be... Oh, wait a minute. Could it be because of what Paimon did yesterday?
Oh, she feels so bad.
No need to worry.
No.
Something as small as you could never harm her. This sickness is something that Kale has been dealing with for some time.
You? Nah. Little floaty fairy with the tiara? Nah.
Kale has been more excited than usual since you two arrived. A little too much so, to be honest. She hasn't remembered to take care of herself. I suppose it's understandable, though. She hasn't been around anyone she considered a friend for some time now. It must have been refreshing for her to have you two here.
Oh.
So, Tignari, what's really wrong with Kale?
Let's take this conversation elsewhere. Kale just fell asleep after taking her medicine. She needs some peace and quiet. To be honest, I hadn't realized that you're that honorary knight from Mondstadt until Kale told me just now. I've also heard all about your deeds in Liyue and Inazuma.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, what I'm about to tell you about Kale is not because of who you are or your past feats. Instead, I am going to tell you because, well, because Kale asked me to.
Oh.
Ever since she was a child, she's been afflicted with a disease called Elazar.
Elazar.
Elazar?
Okay.
Yes, it's a disease unique to the lands of Sumeru. It is characterized by dark and hardened scales that form on the body. At first, the afflicted may only feel mild numbness on the affected area of the skin. However, as the disease progresses, one may begin feeling fatigued and even experience peripheral paresthesia.
Oh, man.
In its final stages, the disease strips a person of the ability to control their own body, and they effectively become completely immobile.
That sounds terrifying.
They'll lose control over their body?
Wait, hold on. So when Kale seemed to be acting a little clumsy earlier, it was because...
Correct.
Oh.
That would be the effects of Elazar, which is precisely why I do not want her carrying or holding anything. Lest she ends up hurting herself.
Okay, I got it. So is there any cure for Elazar?
With appropriate treatment, the disease can be effectively controlled before it progresses to a more serious stage. However, there is unfortunately still no true cure for Elazar. Nevertheless, Kale's mother still hoped that there was something out there. She handed Kale over to an organization known as the Fatui after one of their members lied and said they had a cure.
No way. So that's how they got Kale? So they took advantage of a grieving, fearful mother and convinced her to give up her child?
Anyway, the person who eventually rescued Kale and brought her to me for care said that she had been given to a harbinger known as the Doctor.
The Torre. Right, okay.
I have no idea how this doctor managed to do it, but her case of Elazar was completely stable for all the years that Kale was with them.
Oh, wow.
However, Kale's days with the Fatui were anything but pleasant. Kale is a resilient individual and always tries to appear cheerful, but her experience with the Fatui has left deep scars.
Oh.
Even now, she can still feel deathly afraid of someone touching her.
No.
Paimon had no idea Kale's been through so much suffering.
Should have read the manga.
Oh, by the way, Paimon, Kale wanted me to tell you that she's sorry for scaring you yesterday. She also wanted both of you to know that she's sorry for hiding her illness. Kale once thought that it would be impossible for her to have any real friendships. I trust that you two will never let my trainee experience such emotional pain again.
Don't worry, Tainari.
Nope.
We'll take good care of her.
Over now, yes, sir.
Well, it's not too serious at this point. She overexerted herself the last couple of days, which is what led to her breakdown this time. As long as she has taken her medicine and gets plenty of rest,
okay,
she should get better. Though, I must admit
Understood.
that Kale's condition was much more stable when she first arrived here in Gandharvaville. She was interested in the work of the forest rangers the moment she saw us. I could see that she was serious about learning, so I felt compelled to ask her to join us. Her stamina has gotten much worse recently. Though a moderate amount of physical exercise is always necessary, I'm afraid the long-distance patrols are a little too much for her now. All right, now that I've told you about Kale's past, I think I'll head into the rainforest to find some ingredients needed for her medicine. I'll see you two later.
Wait, can we come along?
Yeah, we'd like to do something to help Kale too.
All right, but I must warn you two. The rainforest is a dangerous place, especially for someone who's still recovering like the Traveler. You must follow closely and listen to every instruction.
Okay.
No problemo.
Okay.
Let's go then. We'll be looking for a plant known as Lunar Lotus. It's often used to help those afflicted with Elazar recover their energy. Stop. Don't move any further. Look there in the distance.
Huh? Where? Oh, look! Those plants have withered. That whole area is kinda gloomy. Even the air looks like it's filled with ash. Oh, Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
That is the withering. All right, Traveler. We're going to have to enter that withering zone. Once inside, we'll need to look for what we call tumors of the withering. If we eliminate those, then the area will be saved. Even with elemental powers, once you step inside the withering zone, you may experience extreme discomfort. If at any point it becomes too much, return outside the zone and take a breather. It could become a matter of life and death. You ready then? Let's go.
Yay!
We did it! Everything's returning to normal now.
Tignari didn't even help us.
Yes, thanks to you two. We were able to quickly restore this area back to normal.
Tighnari,
All in a day's work.
you make it sound like we did well, but why does Paimon have the feeling you're worried about something?
It's that obvious, huh? Alright, it's like this. Recently, the rate at which the Withering Zone appears has been increasing. Even though we were able to quickly clear that Withering Zone, it won't be long before another one appears. If that simply meant more work for me, then that wouldn't be an issue. But it's far more severe than that. The withering is leaving lasting effects on the rainforest itself.
He delegates.
For instance, even though we cleared out the Withering Zone, many of the plants that were affected will not recover. This presents a crisis for the ecosystem itself. Many plants in the rainforest are already in decline, directly impacting the wildlife that depends on those plants. And most disturbingly, as the appearances of withering zones have started to increase, Kale's case of Elazar has also become more serious.
Oh no.
Huh? Well, why is that?
Oh no,
I'm still
not my
sure
girl.
of the exact reason.
Not my girl.
However, I've received word from acquaintances at the academia that similar cases are being reported for patients with other conditions.
There's no way of permanently getting rid of the withering.
No, none that we know of. The withering has been recorded in Sumeru for millennia. It's said that it originates from the depths of the world. By the way, have you heard of Irminsul before?
No.
Irminsul is a tree located deep beneath the surface. Although it isn't like any tree we know in a biological sense. You can basically think of it as a large tree that grows downwards rather than upwards. I'm sure you've heard of ley lines, right?
Yes.
They're like the roots of Irminsul. Spreading
my
and
enemy.
extending from a massive cavern deep underground, all the way up to the surface.
Spreading and extending. A massive cavern. Sounds a lot like what we saw when I lost consciousness in the cave.
Ley lines continually absorb the memories of this world,
Oh.
which are then funneled into Irminsul, allowing it to collect knowledge and wisdom from ancient times to present day.
Oh, interesting. That's
The
cool.
Dendro Archon is known as the God of Wisdom because her consciousness is directly connected to it. It is also said that the Dendro Archon's power is a manifestation of Irminsul.
Huh.
And as for the Withering, its emergence is related to a disease that's affecting it.
Irminsul's sick.
That's right. My ancestors learned of this from Greater Lord Rukadevata's familiars a long time ago. But even those mysterious creatures did not know of a cure for Irminsul. All right, that's enough on this topic for the time being. Now that we've taken care of things here, it's time for us to head back to Gandharvaville. The Withering Zone you reported has been taken care of. No need to worry. Huh. Wait, is that?
Where?
Oh no, Hypatia!
What? What?
Huh? What's wrong, Tighnari?
This Duskbird is Hypatia's designated courier for urgent news.
Oh.
You do remember her, don't you? She's the scholar you and Paimon were following when you first arrived in Sumeru.
No way.
So did something happen?
Let me see
She
what's
got
written
too
in the letter
high.
first.
So what's it say? And what's with that weird expression on your face? Just let Paimon read it. Huh? All Paimon sees are 3 squiggly lines.
After we brought you from Hypatia's cave to Gandharvaville, Hypatia resumed her meditation. She must have just finished. It's been nearly 3 days since she's had anything to eat, and it appears she's forgotten to prepare some rations.
Oh no.
This letter is her asking us for help. We need to go. Last time she drew 5 lines, and by the time we found her... well, I'd prefer not to remember that.
Jeez.
I've got some emergency
I don't
rations set
understand.
aside for times like these. Paimon, Traveler, could you two bring these to her?
But will the traveler be okay if her cave is still filled
Medicine.
with that funny incense?
Let's find out. Here, Traveler, take a smell and see. So, how do you feel?
It's light and refreshing fragrance. No unusual feelings this time.
Huh? Really? You're not feeling even a little drowsy? But wait, how'd you know that she'd be okay this time, Tighnari?
Back when we were clearing the Withering Zone, I observed that she could adeptly manipulate the Dendro element. I knew then that she would be fine. And if I may ask, when I was telling you two about Irminsol's ley lines, was what I described similar at all to what you saw while you were unconscious?
Oh, he's nowhere. What I saw were hallucinations, were they?
That's correct. Those weren't hallucinations
saw...
at all. Though I don't intend to apologize for deceiving you.
Okay. Right.
Because what you saw is of significant importance. Not just for the nation of Sumeru, but the entire world of Tevat. My forefathers were shown much favor by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. We took an oath to protect this nation together.
She overcame the allergies.
Now that duty has fallen to me, it was part of my responsibilities to ascertain whether you could be entrusted with the fate of Sumeru.
Oh my gosh, another nation to save. Another day, another nation that needs my rescue.
Now, after seeing you in action with my own eyes, you have earned my confidence, and I no longer feel the need to hide any secrets from you.
So what exactly was it that I saw?
When you passed out, your consciousness had connected directly with Irminsul.
Oh wow.
What you witnessed were actually real memories contained within Irminsul itself. I could try to tell you more, but it would be better if you went to ask Hypatia instead. Her focus on meditation and use of Spirit Borneol are aimed at establishing a connection with Irminsul, just as you did. Here, take these. It's a meal I packed for Hypatia, as well as some other ingredients. I'm sure it'll come in handy. Also, here's a letter that I would like you to give to her. Just show it to her and she'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
No. I should be the one thanking you. You've both been a great help these last few days.
Maybe she went out to look for some food. Let's try looking around the area.
Clatter. What was that sound? It sounds like it's coming from inside the cave. Oh, she's overdone it again. She's crawling around. This. Oh! A friend. Who's that? Kind of sounds like Chansey. Huh? Oh, it's gone.
There you are. Hypatia, are you alright?
So hungry. Need water.
Bruh. She somehow has more energy than I expected.
There's no way we can get her to eat in her current condition. Let's try finding some water first. Huh? How'd things out here end up looking like this? What happened? And where are we?
Oh my gosh. Are we hallucinating again?
Oh, maybe you're right. Let's go investigate the area.
Hey.
Looks like we meet again.
You're ruining my Pixie Hollow dreams, Abyss Herald. You look ugly here.
What are you planning to do in this strange place?
Strange place. Plotting. You needn't worry about such things. You needn't worry about such things.
Observe!
I don't have any.
Stand with me! Huh? Why can't we beat this guy? Oh, Paimon doesn't get it! We faced others like him before! What's wrong this time?
Traveler, though you may have managed to avert countless crises before, your good fortune was bound to end sooner or later. It's time you realize how weak and powerless you really are.
My journey will not end here. I must find my brother.
Your brother? Oh, pitiful traveler. Are you really so ignorant? Or are you just living in complete denial? His Highness has long since forsaken you. Your meager existence in his eyes is that of an annoying bug, only to be stepped upon. The bonds of love and family which drive you to find your sibling are utterly gone. Your journey is meaningless.
Is this all like my deep fears and worries?
But don't you fret now. Today will be your last. Now die!
Nar. I love that the calm piano music was playing just now. Oh my gosh. Good morning. You can't remember. Bruh, what's the point?
What do we do? We haven't seen Hypatia anywhere out here. Oh, there she is! Quick, let's see how she's doing.
So sweet.
Well, the good news is that she's still conscious. Hey, why'd you drop her food on the floor like that?
Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. Sorry, seeing Hypatia must have given me a shock.
Oh, guess that makes sense. She does look kind of rough at the moment. Anyways, we can talk about this later. We better make sure she's alright first.
Who is there? Tighnari, is that you? Huh?
It's okay. You can relax, Hypatia.
Hello,
Tighnari
Dish.
sent us here to bring you some food and water. Here, we have a letter that he asked us to give you.
I'm grateful that you came so quickly to save me. You even brought all this fruit.
Wasn't us.
Well, actually, we didn't bring the fruit. It was already here when we arrived. We were kind of wondering about that, actually. When we found you here, there was all this fruit lying around and even some juice dripping from your lips.
Oh.
How did you end up like this anyway?
I seem to understand now. All the fruit was likely from my, neighbor. Must have come by and saw me like this.
Neighbor?
Your neighbor? You mean there's someone else living nearby?
Is it a little round creature, kind of like a cabbage?
Oh? So you're able to see them too?
The little guy.
Wait, hold on a second, Traveler. You say that before we arrived, you saw some mysterious creature and suddenly had a strange dream? Isn't that a little too crazy to believe?
I actually do believe what the Traveler is saying.
Yeah, what the heck?
I myself had a similar experience once before and ended up scaring my timid little neighbor here. You needn't worry. They mean you no harm. They only dragged you into the dream because they hoped to buy themselves a little time in order to scurry away.
Hallucinogenic cabbages. Okay.
So, Hypatia, just what kind of creature is your neighbor exactly?
I'm not sure what it's called, to be honest. But I do know that they have some sort of deeper connection with the Dendro Archon. I know this because the first time I saw them...
Not the cabbage, the
was
creature.
Also the exact day my consciousness was able to form a connection with Irminsul.
Okay.
Even after I opened my eyes and stopped meditating, my heart was still pounding, and my mind was racing with all the knowledge that I had touched.
Oh, the film grain makes it look like this is a movie from the 1940s. This probably happened like a couple days ago.
And at that very moment, I suddenly noticed a small figure at the opening of the cave. I began to walk over to the creature. They must have already been used to me living in the cave, because they didn't seem to mind me approaching them. They just kept doing whatever they were up to. It wasn't until I crouched down next to them that they suddenly realized that I could see them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and then?
So round.
And then I had a dream. By the time I came to, they were nowhere to be seen. I was convinced they'd never show up again. But sure enough, I saw them nearby a few days later.
Very derpy.
And they weren't alone. I feel like they aren't as afraid of me as the first time I approached them. But I never would have expected them to save me.
What fascinating creatures. Sounds like a great neighbor.
Yes, no doubt about that.
They're so cute.
By the way, Tighnari mentioned in his letter that you had questions for me regarding Irminsul. It's still hard to believe you were able to connect with Irminsul immediately after smelling Spiritborn Ale for the first time. It took me nearly 3 years before I could do so. And everyone at the academia even lauded me as a genius. You should know that some researchers spend their entire lives without ever successfully connecting with Irminsul as you have.
Why was she sensitive to the smell of those plants for such a long time?
That was primarily due to her body's unique constitution. Stimulated by the incense, she could perceive the Dendro Archon's power and experience the sensory overload, hence the adverse reactions. Taking in any scent similar to the ingredients of Spiritborn Ale would cause adverse effects. Not to worry, though. It appears you've already fully recovered. Technically, your body should still be sensitive to the powers of the Dendro Archon. But unless you're using intentional meditation techniques, the scent of spirit-born ale should no longer trigger such reactions. I must admit, I am quite envious of your abilities. Even if it meant suffering from pounding headaches for the rest of my life, I'd consider it worthwhile so long as I could connect with Irminsul at will.
I know that wasn't intended to be passive aggressive. I mean, I feel kind of bad for her. Even though I've been going hungry and thirsty and nearly passing away trying to connect with Irminsul for 10 years, I'm so happy for you that you're able to just do it, you know, even though you just got here and you have no formal training. but I'm so happy for you.
I am currently in the stage of training known as Satyavada life. Many researchers in Sumeru have lost their minds while seeking to attune with Irminsul during this stage.
Bro, y'all are serious about this.
Sages have said that Irminsul contains divine knowledge, and touching such knowledge without the proper preparations and abilities will only lead to one's mind caving in on itself.
Whoa! So knowledge from
Can't do anything.
can be super dangerous.
Well, you can, but...
Aren't you afraid of the risks, Hypatia?
Of course I do. Especially during nights that are pitch black with no moonlight, and dead silent without even the sound of insects.
Ooh.
However, I've been feeling better as of late. I don't get as scared anymore knowing that I have a little neighbor living nearby. I believe that being able to see them is a sort of blessing from the Dendro Archon. But what's strangest of all is that they're clearly an envoy of the God of Wisdom herself. And they have the curious power to make people dream. It's strange because nearly nobody in Sumeru can ever dream.
Oh.
Only children can dream in Sumeru. Adults, however, never do. The sages say that wisdom implies rationality, but that which occurs in dreams is often neither rational nor logical.
Yeah, that's true. Reminds me of the dream I saw from the Aranara. It was a big chaotic mess.
Yes. If one struggles with anxieties, those emotions could influence their dreams.
Yep. No, I know.
The fact that the people of Sumeru do not have dreams is seen as a blessing by the sages. They believe that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, the God of Wisdom, is keeping us away from the foolish delusions you encounter in your sleep. Ever since I was a child, my parents would always tell me that I'll know I've grown up once I stop dreaming. I studied hard, enrolled as a student in the academia, and went on to become a researcher. Sure enough, I never dreamed again. But then, on the day I scared the little Aranara, I suddenly saw a dream again. It was incredible. Though I don't exactly remember what I saw, I clearly recall the feeling. I suddenly felt like I was a child again.
I kind of feel like the spirits are from Kusanali, not the God of Wisdom, since the God of Wisdom doesn't think dreams are, like, worthwhile.
Maybe dreaming isn't as bad as we've made it out to be.
Do you have any thoughts about the things she saw when she connected with Irminsul?
Sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any answers as of now. All I can say is that what you saw is a memory contained within Irminsul itself. World, forget me. What could that possibly mean? If only I could ascend past Satyavada life and begin Paripurna life. I might have some more answers for you.
What? Pattern
Think about it,
baldness.
Tighnari.
Autoimmune.
Refusing to join is
Okay,
tantamount to burying your head in the sand.
What?
I understand that you're a forest watcher and that it's your duty to combat the effects of withering zones. But isn't it evident that such work is not a lasting solution to the problem? As Sage Kage clearly stated, your presence and guidance in Sumeru City is pivotal in finding a cure for Irminsul. How could you possibly refuse?
He's got that annoying NPC face. Join my club.
Keep your emotions in check, Ghulam. Let's at least listen to Tighnari's reason for declining. We're here to invite him to the Academia, not to cause a scene.
Sage Kage, I am truly honored that you came here in person,
Sumeru,
but I'm afraid I must still decline your invitation. I am merely a forest watcher, How could the great minds of the Haravatat have any need of someone like me?
Well, it turns out that your refusal letter had some implications on your master's reputation. He is a renowned sage of the Immorta, after all. So now I've come here in his stead.
I see. Huh. And I figured that given his temper, he would come here and berate me personally.
Tighnari, your master is an integral part of this effort, and now he requires your assistance.
And what exactly does my master need of me, Sage Kage?
You'll know once you've arrived in Sumeru City, that is.
And how long will I be required to stay?
There's no definite answer as of now.
Do you mean to tell me that despite coming all the way here to Gandharvaville, you still can't answer the questions I laid out in the letter to my master? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I cannot give you a definite answer either.
Tighnari does not handle being messed with.
So be it. Come, Gulam, we're leaving.
Gulam.
Tighnari.
Very Chad. Very big Chad of him.
It's nothing. Some people from the academia wanted me to go to Sumeru City to assist them with a project, but I had to refuse on account of all my responsibilities here. But all that can wait. How did things go with Hypatia?
Why is he so angry in English? I don't know, but I kind of like it.
It was quite the eventful trip, but the main thing is that she's safe and sound.
He's no
she
pushover.
answered a bunch of questions for us too.
Very good. Now that the traveler has made a full recovery, there shouldn't be any reason for you to tarry here longer. I assume you will be heading to Sumeru City, correct?
That's right.
Nodders.
We want to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali and ask her for advice. Do you have any idea on how we can find her?
Sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any advice for you there.
Well, do you at least know anyone we can try asking in Sumeru City?
How about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction that you can give to a researcher I know. He's from the Immorta Darshan and is adept at gathering information. Asking him might prove worthwhile. Also, when you enter Sumeru City, you'll probably end up receiving something like this item here. I'm not sure if it will ever come in handy for you, but maybe you can give it a try.
Oh? What is it?
It's called an Akasha Terminal.
Ooh.
It's a tool produced by the academia that utilizes the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Some say that this very item is the basis of Sumeru's reputation as the City of Wisdom. Needless to say, this device and its usage fall under the academia's expertise, so I'll leave it to them to show you how to use it.
Great! Next up, Sumeru City! We have something important to say to Kale before we leave. Thanks for waiting here just to see us off, Kale. We're headed to Sumeru City.
Just take care of yourself. We'll be back to see you again soon.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. My condition won't be getting in the way of my duties. I want to be a forest ranger after all. It's up to me and the others to protect the rainforest here. And, I'm sorry. I should have told you both about my condition when we first met. I just wanted you two to treat me as a normal friend, not some girl that needs your sympathy. But I guess now I understand that the most important thing is for friends to be genuine with one another.
There's no need to apologize, Kale. We should be thanking you for trusting us enough to be your friends and sharing your past with us. We're probably still gonna worry about your condition, but that's because we're friends and we care about you.
Thank you. That means a lot. Before you leave, I have something for you.
Oh?
A gift?
What is it? It's my recipe for pita pockets. I told you that I'd give you a copy, remember? My handwriting is a little, messy, so please don't laugh.
Yay! Thanks, Kale. Now we can eat those scrumptious little pitas whenever and wherever we like.
Well then, I, trainee Forest Ranger Kale, bid you both farewell. Please visit Gandharvaville again.
Oh, sorry.
Sumeru City! We finally made it! Oh, did you see that? When those people entered the city, something on their heads lit up.
He's really paying
One
attention.
Moment, please, you two. It appears this is your first time visiting Sumeru City.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But how did you know that?
Because there's currently no information on either of you in the Akasha. But no need to worry, that won't prevent you from entering the city. In fact, the Academia conveniently provides each traveler to Sumeru City with a
I've
device.
heard from a little bird that Ash of the
Perhaps you two
Swimmer is
have
doing a
heard of
pull
the
today.
Akasha before.
Is this true,
It's our
Ash's
beloved
Imam?
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's lasting legacy, a treasure trove of collected knowledge.
Haha, good
After
one.
centuries of tireless research on the Akasha, the Academia created one of its most ingenious inventions, the Akasha Terminal. As long as you are within Sumeru's borders, you may use an
Whoa.
Akasha Terminal to connect directly to the Akasha and access any knowledge you need. I should mention that due to technical limitations, the operation of Akasha Terminals will be much smoother and more effective in large cities such as Sumeru City and Port Ormos.
Okay.
Oh, so this is the thing that Tainari was telling us about. It sounds pretty amazing.
You two are quite fortunate. Until recently, it was standard practice to only issue Akasha Terminals to outlanders who spent an extended amount of time in Sumeru. However, this policy was recently changed, and now all travelers are issued one upon arrival. Here are your Akasha Terminals. Please handle them with care.
She's so sleepy.
It kind of looks like a leaf.
That's from my
To
ear?
activate it, simply hold it in your hand and say the following phrase to yourself. May the mighty God bless us with their voice of wisdom.
Oh.
Oh, since this little doodad lets you access knowledge, maybe we can use it to find a way to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali. Let's give it a try. May the mighty God bless us with their voice of wisdom.
Yeah. May the mighty God bless with the voice of wisdom. Whoa, cool. Oh my gosh, the Matrix.
Whoa. Just now?
Oh my gosh, the Matrix.
And Paimon suddenly knew how to use this thing. It seems all we need to do is concentrate
Whoa.
on what we want to know. And bam! You get it. Oh, that'll come in real handy.
Oh my gosh, I thought this was
That is the
like a
power
phone.
of the Akasha. And with that, let me officially welcome you both to Sumeru City. May the wisdom of the Dendro Archon always be your guide.
Okay, now that we're in, we can check the Akasha about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Yeah, I'm
Let
Iron
Paimon
Man.
try.
Jarvis.
500 years ago, the sages found a newly born deity from within some scorched ruins. The deity now resides in the sanctuary of Suristana. Seems pretty similar to what Kali was telling us. Okay, next, let's concentrate on asking how to meet her. Paimon doesn't sense anything. The Akasha didn't respond to Paimon's question.
Huh, same thing happened to me.
Oh, come on! Ugh. Focusing on this question feels like when you have something you're trying to remember and it's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't think of it.
Why doesn't the Akasha answer my question? A vague thought suddenly comes to mind. The Akasha doesn't unconditionally respond to every query. Also, even in the same query is requested by multiple people, the Akasha still imparts knowledge based on the person's identity, age, and experience and other demographics. It discriminates?
Huh. Could it be because we're outlanders
Wow,
and we've
okay.
only just arrived in Sumeru?
That's
You
cool.
know, maybe we're not qualified to receive an answer to this sort of question or something. Well, seems no matter which way we try, we can't find anything that'll lead us to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Guess our only choice now is to try meeting with the researcher that Tainari recommended. He's from Sumeru.
Almost
and even
1 year,
has a position
yay.
in the
Have a nice
Academia.
stream dish
Maybe
and
he'll
chat.
be able
I need to
access
go
more
work
info from the
now.
Akasha. Hello, are you Rohawi?
Yes, that's me. Can I help you?
Great! You see, Tainari sent us here and...
What? Tainari? Please, there's no need to say anything, really. Sure, I admit that the article I published last month wasn't my best work, and maybe the data didn't produce the most convincing results, but...
He has the annoying NPC model, the one with the pointy eyebrows. I think you've misunderstood us. We're not here to discuss academics.
Here, this is a letter from Tainari.
Oh, let me see. Ah! Ooh. What a relief. You two nearly scared the life out of me. So you two just have some questions for me? Seems even Tighnari acknowledges my innate ability for procuring information. So, what is it you two would like to know?
Rahawi, a bit smug, don't you think?
We want to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Looks like me with a mustache.
Do you know a way we can do that?
You mean you want to meet the Dendro Archon herself?
Yes.
This isn't exactly my area of expertise, but let me see what I can find in the Akasha.
Good night, dishy dish dish, hoping you get
Sorry,
Collie tonight.
The Akasha didn't respond to my query.
What? Genia, thank you for the 100. Sleep well. I hope I do get Collie tonight.
What? You too? But what about your abilities for getting information and all that? Paimon was sure you'd be able to access more info than we did.
Well, as I said, this isn't my area of expertise. I am but a lowly researcher, so the Akasha doesn't see a need for me to know more about the Dendro Archon. All I know is that ever since Lesser Lord Kusanali returned to Sumeru, she's never left the Sanctuary of Sorasthana or made a public appearance.
Huh. Didn't expect her to be such a mysterious figure.
The Dendro Archon is somewhat of a recluse. Perhaps she just doesn't want to entertain visitors, which would explain the lack of information in the Akasha.
But we're nice.
Then what can we do?
No need to worry just yet. I'm only hypothesizing here. You could certainly try asking around and see if anyone else has ideas. You two should consider the bright side of things. Not being able to see Lesser Lord Kusanali may not be a bad thing. In this world, there will always be information you cannot obtain from the Akasha and things you can never accomplish. Knowing when to yield is a form of wisdom. Take me, for example. It's a miracle if my brain cells can spit out one paper every 3 years. But Tighnari? That guy can publish 3 papers in just a single year.
Wow, he's smart.
Okay. Thanks for your advice.
Okay.
Don't mention it. If you two ever want information about things like who's been promoted within the academia or relations between the 6 great sages, come find me.
So what do we do now? Even if we want to talk to someone, we don't know anybody here.
Well, there's still one person we know.
Huh? Like who?
Ad Astra Abysosk.
Oh, you're right! Catherine!
Ad Astra Abysosk.
Hello,
Traveler
Catherine.
and Paimon.
I like her display.
Catherine, we need your help with something.
Understood. The Adventurers Guild is always ready to serve you. With what do you require assistance?
We want to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali. Do you know a way we can do that?
We just want to meet with the god of this region. There shouldn't be a problem, right, Kathy? You can procure that.
You two wish to meet with Sumeru's Archon. Understood. Please wait.
Loading.
I apologize, but I am unable to call up any relevant information in the Akasha. I'm also unable to locate any pertinent information in my personal memory.
My memory files.
Another dead end. Well, if Catherine can't help us, then we really don't know anyone else to ask now.
Please do not worry. I may know of someone who can help you two. In Sumeru, the Adventurers Guild does not serve as the vanguard of information. Rather, there are numerous active mercenary groups collectively known as the Eremites. They take on various contracts and work all across Sumeru, so they naturally accrue intelligence. An Eremite brigade called the Corps of 30 is in charge of Sumeru City's defenses. Not only are they the oldest brigade, but they are responsible for managing and coordinating the affairs of all other mercenary brigades. Supposedly, they are named as such because their ranks numbered 30 at their inception. Asfand, an advisor with the Corps of 30, maintains good relations with the Adventurers Guild. Though he's already retired, he and his words carry great weight within mercenary circles. If you'd like to get in contact with him, you can find him at the Corps of 30's headquarters, the Citadel of Rexar.
Thanks a bunch, Catherine.
You're welcome. I wish you two the best of luck.
Thanks.
We look forward to your exploits in Sumeru.
I've heard this quest is a...
Welcome. The Adventurers Guild told me to expect you two.
When will I learn that you can't...
It's nice to meet you, Asfand. We'd like to ask you about something.
When will I learn that you can't drop into a quest location because it will cut you off?
I see. So, Catherine's the one who sent you this way. Ha! It's true that the Eremites' network is vast, but even I can't help you meet the Dendro Archon.
Seriously? That's it?
It's a rite of passage.
So, the Eremites aren't terribly religious, so we don't know much about divinities. As far as the Akasha goes, we can access even less than you.
What?
We originally came from the desert. The gods there died off long ago. Since those days, we've used our own 2 hands to carve out a living. We don't beg gods for their aid. It isn't just
Sounds
us,
like someone
though.
else I know.
If you ask me, I think most in Sumeru aren't interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Jeez.
Why's that?
Yikes.
Just take the Academia, for example.
Dane's
They're the ones who truly rule Sumeru. Although they believe in gods, most of them only care for the late Greater Lord Rugadavada.
I like this character. I like his,
In their eyes, she was the one who founded Sumeru and gifted us with the Akasha. Lesser Lord Kusanali just happened to inherit her legacy.
Jeez.
Because of the Academia's influence, most citizens are more familiar with Greater Lord Rugadavada.
It's not her fault.
And hold her in greater esteem. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali never makes an appearance. And the Academia never announces anything about her. As far as the people of Sumeru are concerned, she's just a god that exists. And that's all.
Huh.
Really?
Interesting.
After hearing all of that, Paimon sort of feels bad for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Ha! But who knows? We're all just guessing when it comes down to it. Besides, I'm sure the God of Wisdom doesn't worry about her reputation among people like us.
Dang.
Right. Well, thanks for the info, Osfond.
No problem. Always happy to help out the Adventurers Guild.
Thanks. Dang, a lot of distaste for... They saved it for us.
In this entire city who cares about Lesser Lord Kusanali?
And I had something important to say.
You two are interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are you?
From the sound of it, you two are Outlanders who recently arrived here. You've been asking around for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dunyarzad, one of Lesser Lord Kusanali's faithful followers.
Whoa, really? Then do you know how we can meet with her?
It's fictional characters, okay? Fictional characters.
I'm afraid I can't help you with that. But your conversation earlier did happen to remind me of a legend about the Dendro Archon.
Can you tell us the legend?
Sure. It goes like this. Long, long ago, there was a man who heard a prophecy. It predicted that a great calamity was about to befall him.
Calamity.
Panicked by what he heard, the man sought out the Dendro Archon in hopes that she would bless him with the wisdom to help him escape his predicament. The man journeyed across deserts and through rainforests and experienced tribulations of every kind. However, he still couldn't find any trace of the Dendro
I'm very interested in this, okay? I need to pay attention.
In despair, he thought, alas, the Archon has abandoned me. He then had no choice but to sorrowfully resign to his fate.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then, the calamity came. But to his own surprise, the man felt somehow emboldened by the trials of his journey. By relying on his own strength, he managed to overcome the adversity. At that moment, a bird perched upon his shoulder. This bird was, in fact, an avatar of the Dendro Archon. She said, "O Archon Seeker, do you now understand? She and her wisdom have long been found by you. Along your journey, we were in every flower and blade of grass, every ray of sparkling sun, and every breath of dancing wind. So long as you continue to think and ponder, we'll be wherever you go."
That's interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the story. Paimon feels all warm and fuzzy inside after that.
Best NPC. I like her voice.
In a way. It seems like this story is also one of the Dendro Archon's avatars.
Dunyarzad, since you worship Lesser Lord Kusanali, can you tell us anything else about her?
Of course. So did you two know that, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems something's come up now. Let's chat another day.
No way. Oh my gosh. The NPCs run so fast.
Hey, wait! What the heck
This guy?
happened?
You got a problem with him, huh?
It looks like they're searching for someone. Dunyarzad was acting super nervous just now. You think they're looking for her? This stinks! We finally managed to find a lead about Lesser Lord Kusanali. We can't let them get in the way now. Let's see if we can get rid of them. Then we can catch up with Dunyarzad.
Hey, have you two seen a brown-haired girl wearing a purple top and a long blue dress? We're looking for her.
For what reason?
Did she have bandages wrapped around her wrists?
Yes, that's her. Did you see which direction she went?
Yeah, she went
Help me dish him.
Quick, after her.
That should keep him busy for a while. Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. There you are, Dunyarzad. You can relax now. We threw those people looking for you off the trail.
Really? Thank you so much.
Then how much bits does it take to have an Umbreon back here? LOL.
Uh-oh. Looks like there are some coming this way.
Huh? More of them? Then what are we standing here for? Run!
No, wait, my body isn't in the best shape. It's difficult for me to run.
Oh.
Okay, sounds good. There's a tavern on the other side of the port we can go to. They probably wouldn't expect me to hide in a place like that.
What, they don't like Kusanali stands?
Alright, let's move out. Stay behind us. We'll keep an eye out for anyone looking for you.
We made it. Oh, they shouldn't be able to find us now.
Dia!
Wait, stand down, Dia.
Hello?
My lady, who are these two? They're travelers that I met on the street just a moment ago. They happened to notice that you were all searching for me, so they helped me hide.
I see. In that case, you two should scram. There's nothing here for you.
Wait a sec. Who the heck are you? And why are you shooing us away?
I'm Miss Dunyarzad's bodyguard, here to see that she returns home safe and sound.
Oh my gosh, hold on. A 5-star character, playable character, who's a bodyguard for an NPC? I love it.
My lady, let's get going.
What's that?
You've
Just a
been
cute
gone for
hairstyle?
so long that your parents are worrying themselves sick. It'd be easier for the both of us if you cooperated. But if you insist on not going, then I'll have to carry you like a sack of potatoes.
Hey! Dunyarzad already said she doesn't want to go back. Why are you still pushing her?
Wow, Paimon would be the kind of kid that would stand up for the kids who get bullied at school.
Stay out of this. You don't understand the situation. Sorry, my lady. Even though I'm your bodyguard, your parents are my employers. I have to answer to them.
How much?
Wait, what?
How much more do I have to pay you to become your employer? So you never listen to my parents ever again. Double? A triple? Give me some time and I'll get that much.
My lady, this isn't about Mora. I don't know what you think of us Eremites,
Her hairstyle's
but
so
let me say
cool.
this. I like Mora, but I'll never go against my principles. That's why I'm here looking for you. Sure, it's an order from my employer, but my conscience was also telling me it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
And knowing your health, carelessly running around like this is gonna hurt ya. For the sake of those who love you, don't be stubborn.
No, you're wrong.
Don't be stubborn.
I'm aware of my limits and I know what I'm doing. Honestly, the only people being stubborn right now are my parents. And they know perfectly well that it makes no difference if I'm at home or not. They still won't accept reality. And every time I bring this up, they just change the subject. Dia, you've been living with us a long time already. This should be old news to you. Dia, I know it hasn't been easy for Mother and Father, and I'm grateful for everything they've done for me. But there's someone else in this world I'm also grateful to.
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Because she saved me. The love I have for her is the same I have for my parents. This is my life and my last chance. So I want to do something meaningful.
Bruh, is she unwell?
Are you sure what you're doing now is meaningful?
Yes, I'm sure. At least, it is to me.
Fine. I won't ask you to return home anymore. But let me make something very clear. I'm only doing this because I respect your determination, not because I agree with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dia.
Okay.
Sorry for being so rude just now. My nerves were acting up.
No spoilers.
And I even brought up your payment in such an offensive way.
Don't worry about it, my lady. I did say that I like Mora. Besides, that's our next topic of conversation. Today's little excursion caused such a ruckus that every single bodyguard at the estate was deployed. It wouldn't be easy to hide things from your old man. Since this definitely won't be your last escapade, here's a little tip. You should at least make it look like your room and things are still in order when you leave. Also, you'll need someone to cover you for when you're out and about. So, I'll let you hire me, my lady. This way, everyone wins. As for the pay, let's say half of what your father pays me.
Oh.
We can settle the bill when we return to the estate.
Well, she's cool.
Okay, deal.
Yay! Looks like they reached an understanding.
Guess we'll see. No!
I'm fine, really.
She's unwell.
I just feel a little tired now that things have calmed down.
Don't like that.
My lady, stop trying to look tough. We're already in a tavern, so let's rest up and grab some grub.
I'm sorry for worrying.
They're more fun.
If you don't mind, I'd like for you to join us.
Sure! After you rest up, we want to hear more about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Ha! Well, if it isn't Dia. Haven't seen you in nearly half a year.
Lambad.
Word on the street is that you're a bodyguard for the Homayani family now. Ha! Don't you find that kind of work boring?
Nah, you get used to it. How about a menu over here?
You got it. Huh? Isn't this Little Miss Homayani herself?
Little Miss.
We don't get to serve personages like you very often. We'll be sure to prepare our very best.
Thank you, sir, but there's no need. I don't have a lot of Mora on me, and I really ought to save as much as I can. But please bring these two the best food you have. They're my new friends, so I want to be a good host for them.
No need to break the bank, but we'll eat whatever you order. We'll pay for our own food. Yeah, we'll pay for our own food.
We're paying for ourselves now? Aw, Paimon kinda wanted to try something fancy, but we aren't exactly loaded. This Paimon will settle for something ordinary.
Yeah, I did. You know what? I am kind of broke, to be honest.
How about our coconut charcoal cakes? They're our signature snack, and they run cheap. Look, other customers over there are eating some now.
Yes, that sounds really good.
They look kind of burnt and dry. Paimon will pass.
Paimon, that's really disrespectful. But you've cooked slimes before? Picky Paimon?
Hey, come on! Paimon has personal preferences too, you know.
Sit down and eat. Coconut.
We asked a lot of people when we first arrived, and almost nobody was interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali. So, what made you want to follow it?
What's that thing? Genshin. Look how big this dish is. Look how much food that is.
Well, remember when you asked me if I knew how to meet the Dendro Archon? Even though I don't know how, I think I've actually seen her before.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, it was when I was a child. At the time, my illness had kept me bedridden for the better part of a year.
Illness?
I was stuck inside and couldn't make any friends, and my parents did their best to find treatments for me. But even then, the Akasha didn't have any helpful information. My younger self no longer had any hopes or dreams.
Wow.
One flare-up was so bad that I was in a semi-conscious state for several days. Then one night, I woke up alone in my room. I was terrified. My body was paralyzed. Even if I cried, there was no sound.
Oof.
At that moment, an ethereal voice spoke in my mind. Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry.
Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry. Who are you? How do you know my name? How do I explain this? You might not be able to understand, but actually, I know everything about you. Really?
Oh.
Of course. I know that you're scared of thunder, that you hate taking medicine every morning, and that you love counting the petals on your mom's skirt. Wow, you really do know everything. Dunyarzad, is there anything you want? What? Not really. I can't go anywhere or do anything.
Asked to be healed.
Huh? But aren't you a child? All children have wishes. Tell me what you want, and maybe I can make it happen. But can you make my illness go away? Oh. I'm sorry. But I'm not powerful enough to do that right now.
Dang it.
Then, can you be my friend?
No.
After that, the voice said, "Okay, I'll be your friend." Although my body was suffering during those days, that voice encouraged me and told me many wondrous things. Beyond my window was the flourishing Sumeru city. Beyond the city was a lush rainforest. And beyond that was the wall of Samiel, deserts, and all of Teyvat. Once I finally made it through that bout of illness, I couldn't hear that voice anymore. I told my mother about it, but she said that I must have been dreaming. But I know that that voice wasn't a figment of my imagination. Before that, I had never heard of Teyvat.
So you believe that the voice you heard was Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes, for sure. If it weren't for that voice, I would have never grown curious about the outside world, nor would I have learned how to read and enjoy so many books. That voice sparked a desire for wisdom. It had to have been the Dendro Archon. I've been hoping for a chance to repay her kindness. In fact, I was running around today to help prepare the Sub-Zerus festival for her.
What's the Sub-Zerus festival?
It's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Oh.
Which was the day that she was found by the sages.
And nobody knows.
It's actually an old holiday that originally celebrated Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthday. When she passed away, the holiday eventually became a celebration of the Lesser Lord's birthday. I heard everyone was overjoyed when they welcomed her back to Sumeru. In those days, the festival was a huge deal.
So what happened?
But because of the academia's influence, people have gradually lost interest in the festival.
Smear campaign.
Actively participates in Sumeru's many holidays dedicated to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But when it comes to the Sub-Zerus festival, forget any funding. They practically act like it doesn't exist.
I knew
Maybe
it. I knew the academia was
Lord
sus.
birth as confirmation of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's death, so they're reluctant to celebrate it.
Aww, but that's awful.
It is. It's absolutely terrible.
Take down the
Sure,
academia.
The Greater Lord founded Sumeru, but hasn't Lesser Lord Kusanali been the one quietly protecting us for the past few hundred years?
Yeah, exactly.
Just remember that we're still out in public. Don't get too carried away now.
Oh my gosh, you can't even
I know
talk
that people
about
over
this?
by the Grand Bazaar still hold the Sub-Zerus festival to this day. But I hadn't met any of them before, so I was never able to contribute. But recently, I made a friend there who also follows Lesser Lord Kusanali. I gave her my savings because I want her to throw a wonderful festival this year. That's the least I could do for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Hold on, my lady. Does this friend happen to be Nilou, the one who sends flowers to the estate?
Yes, that's her.
I saw her leaving the other day with a nervous look on her face. It seemed like she was hiding something in her arms. Did you give her something?
Yes. Initially, I didn't have much more prepared, so I had Nilou sell one of my skirts. I've agreed with Nilou to meet up at the Grand Bazaar today and see how things are coming along. Dia, would you accompany me?
Sure. That's quite the trip, though. I'll carry you.
Dang it, if this quest makes me want all the characters.
Even for you.
You might as well just accept the lift. If I let you walk, who knows how long it'll take us. And if anything happens to you, then I'd really never hear the end of it from your father.
Can we also come along?
But of course. Nilou will be thrilled to hear there are more people interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali. Sorry I'm late, Nilou.
Oh, Dunerzad. It was taking you so long that I assumed you got trapped at home, but you made it in the end.
I love the color of her hair.
But if Dia's here...
So vibrant.
That means you got caught, right?
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our side now.
Not completely.
Oh, and who are these two?
I feel like I should turn up the
Meet
VA
the Traveler and Paimon,
volume.
My two newest friends. They're visitors who just arrived at Sumeru City and are looking for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali.
So you're followers from another land?
Followers? We are from another land.
Oh, really? Well, that's okay. You're still invited to the Sabzeruz festival.
I don't know if we necessarily, we don't stan any of the Archons,
By the way,
per se.
We've already started decorating the Grand Bazaar. It looks spectacular. Thanks to your generous contribution.
You're very welcome. It's the only thing I could do. Do you still have enough more?
Probably? But don't sweat it. We've already finished renovating the stage. Come on, I'll show you.
Not bad. Last time I was here, the stairs were full of holes.
The stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zubair was worried sick. We reported it to the academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal with it. We didn't want anything bad happening, so we were going to cancel all the stage performances.
Why didn't anyone come to handle it?
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us. They probably think it would be best if the theater closed down completely. We can't let that happen, though. Not only would everyone involved in the theater go hungry, but then we wouldn't be able to hold the Sabzeruz festival anymore. Thank the Dendro Archon for Dunerzad. But the more she gave us, we hired someone to patch up the tree, and we also gave the stage a much-needed makeover.
Pretty. I love the
stage is going to be
lamp.
even prettier when it's festival time. I can't wait for you to see it.
Yeah, the academia sounds super
stage.
sus.
You've been practicing so long already. It's almost time for your dream to become reality.
It's our dream. I'll do my best for the two of us.
Nilou, what
I
are
like
you
her
going to be
hair
doing at the festival?
She'll be dancing the dance of Sabzeruz, the most important performance at the Sabzeruz festival.
Dunerzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
I only told them about the Greater Lord and Lesser Lord so far.
Okay, then I'll tell you two about how this holiday came to be. According to legend, the Sabzeruz festival was originally the Goddess of Flowers' birthday celebration for the Greater Lord. A long, long time ago, on one of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthdays, her friends threw her a celebratory banquet. Some of the gods got drunk. One started playing music, and the Greater Lord started singing, so the Goddess of Flowers began to dance. As she danced upon the grass, countless beautiful parisaras began to bloom wherever she stepped. Those brilliant purple flowers became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored, "Oh, if only time could stop at this very moment."
Sounds somewhat bittersweet.
Huh? Really? Oh, you probably mean because all the gods in this story are no longer alive. Although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. This outfit I'm wearing is apparently based on how the Goddess of Flowers looked. Though we're just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to do our best to make sure that the birthday girl feels loved on her special day.
Nilou, you of all people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the Dendro Archon. I also noticed that you went the extra mile and scattered parisaras around the stage.
They symbolize the Goddess of Flowers, after all. It's just a shame that all the real parisaras went extinct after her death.
Yeah. The Greater Lord brought forth Patisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers, but she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful purple.
Thinking about the goddess of flowers dance makes me wish I could have seen it. If my stage were anything like that, I'd be thrilled if I had just 2 real Patisaras on the stage.
Interesting.
So, Traveler and Paimon, what do you think? Interested in the Sabzeruz festival?
Yes.
Will you two be coming?
Yes, because maybe we could meet Kusanali.
All of Lesser Lord Kusanali's followers will be there for her birthday. It'll be a good opportunity for you to learn more about her.
Perfect.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea.
You sure it's not because you want in on the fun? You sure it's not because you want to watch Nilo dance?
Of course Paimon wants to watch. Those 2 things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
So how about we all attend the Sabzeruz festival together?
Okay, when?
Dunyarzad, let me show you which stage decorations we've picked out so far. Traveler and Paimon, if that doesn't sound interesting to you, then feel free to explore the area.
Hey, is that who Paimon thinks it is? It looks like Catherine.
What? Hello? Catherine? Open world Catherine? She's escaped! Capture her! What?
Huh. Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild. This is the first time we've ever seen her taking a break.
Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon. What's shaken?
Huh? What's what? Shaking? What's shaking, Traveler? What's crack-a-lacking? How's it hanging? What is shaking?
Oh,
how is it shaking?
Break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual.
How is it?
Paimon was still waiting for her to say Ad Astra Abyssosque.
What's hanging?
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't require any complicated functions. But saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. Like watching the same Fontaine movie day after day. But take you two, for example. You travel across Teyvat to enrich your lives and gain new experiences.
This is weirding me out. Her voice sounds so different.
Well, we enjoy traveling across Teyvat and all that.
She's a cyborg for sure.
For clues about her brother.
Yes, you should keep searching. Sometimes the answers we're looking for aren't necessarily at our intended destination. Instead, they're found along the way.
Okay, inspiring Catherine mod? Teyvat become human? She's so whimsical.
Aww. It looks like it's about time for me to be heading back now.
Alright, we'll see you next time at the Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, thanks for connecting us with the Eremites. We've already made some great
Keyhole.
friends in Sumeru City thanks to you.
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here. You've already been blessed by the element of Dendro after all. See you around.
Okay. See you around, hee hee. Bye, girly. Bye, girly.
There's something really different about Catherine.
Bye, girly.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Hey, Dia.
Hey, Dia. What's
Dia.
going on?
Why do I keep saying it wrong?
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she's been trying to come up with a way to help you. Well, I have an idea that might help.
Are you serious? We'd love that.
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. I'll need to take you two somewhere and ask someone some questions.
What about Dunyarzad?
My lady is feeling a little worn out at the moment. Nilou's found a place for her to rest. After I take my lady home, let's meet in front of the Citadel of Regzar.
My lady. My lady.
Sounds like a plan.
My lady.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Miss Dunyarzad was only sitting in the port for a while because she was in a bad mood. Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen Miss Dunyarzad that happy in a long time. If it wasn't for you two, she probably would have been caught and dragged back much earlier.
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia. Who would have thought you had such a soft spot for Dunyarzad?
It's called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work for whoever's paying.
No, because you accepted less. You 50% less.
Look, Dia's blushing.
That's blush if I've ever seen one.
Listen, you two. I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunyarzad very long, but I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see if the person I know has a way for you two to meet with the Lesser Lord.
All right, Dia, whatever you say. Whatever you say. You softy. Dia. Hello.
Dia, what are you doing here? And well, didn't expect to see you three together.
So, where's Ruksha? I thought I'd help these two out by asking about the theft. Anything you can tell him?
Ruksha's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered Sumeru City to begin bolstering its defenses, so people from all over have been called back to the city. Since you've already mentioned the theft, I suppose I might as well tell him what we know.
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft? Sorry, what the heck are you guys talking about?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a chance the item is connected with the Dendro Archon. This case might just somehow help you in meeting her.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. But if you ask me, the case is more about the Academia than anything else. Let me fill you in. The Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an important package from Aru village. Word got out, and the convoy was robbed on its way back. The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the Matra, but also enlisted our help in the search for leads. All we know so far is that whatever was stolen is currently in Port Ormos. Apparently what was lost has a great deal to do with the Akasha, knowledge, and even the gods. I'm afraid I don't have any other details for you, though. If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves. If you want my advice, try introducing yourselves as students of the Academia once you're there.
Why?
Are you serious, Chief? All the Academia students are in Sumeru City, you know. Why should they pretend to be students in Port Ormos?
If you're also interested, just go there and see what happens.
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here for the Homayani family. And take it from me, if you two really do decide to visit Port Ormos, you'd best watch your backs. Let's just say that the Eremites there aren't nearly as friendly as those here in Sumeru City. There are even some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru for the Scarlet King." Word is that more and more are joining their movement.
Scarlet King?
They're becoming a real headache for Chief and the others.
You bet
Who the heck?
they are. The Scarlet King's been dead for thousands of years. Now they start spreading rumors of his return.
Oh, okay.
Well, Traveler, that's about all the information we have for you.
Thanks, Dia, and you too, Osfond. Since we've gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City, let's head to Port Ormos and see what we can find next.
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest quality, made with pride and experience.
Okay.
You've got a deal. I can't thank you enough for always looking after my business.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are nearly in open conflict, but does the core of 30 care? And that's not all. Did you know that...
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is
Hurly-burly?
Huh?
I've never heard that
Guess
before.
that's only to be expected for the largest port in Sumeru.
Know it all.
Maybe it's because of what Dia told us earlier, but Paimon can't seem to shake the feeling that there's also danger lurking in these crowds. Given all the people that come through here every day, if there's any information to be found, Paimon bets we could find it in the market. Let's ask around and see what we come up with. Hi there. We would like to ask you a question. Do students from the Academia ever come to Port Ormos?
Of course. Especially around this time of year. Students from Sumeru City that are about to graduate often come to Port Ormos to cut loose a little. Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the academia, let alone graduate. But those who finish their studies and go on to become full-time researchers at the academia have it even harder. Sure, we may not be Sumeru City, but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and a stress-free environment. Some even say it's good luck to come to Port Ormos, so students and researchers come flocking here when things get to be too much at the academia. Ah, you see over there? Those are students from the academia.
They look pretty serious, maybe even a little worried.
They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here a few days ago.
I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that a bunch of scary-looking Eremite mercenaries have been posted along the streets now.
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, then it would be wise to steer clear of them. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about the Scarlet King and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them. What was that group called again?
They're called Ain el Akhmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after might be in their possession at the moment. Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the academia. It's because the kind of goods that students are looking for aren't the kind of goods that Eremites are after. As long as they know you're a student, then deals can be made. I've heard that Ain el Akhmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're willing to part with 500,000 mora, they'll give you info on anything.
Wait, did you say 500,000? If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever afford to buy what we're looking for? I guess we might as well give up on trying to graduate this way.
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady knowledge? I bet it's practically worthless to anyone aside from us.
Me? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in. Why don't we all just pool our money together and pay for the information?
Let's go to Jafar Tavern. Let's try talking to one of the Eremites.
Wait, didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 mora. Have you lost your mind?
I won't let them off easy if it turns out to be a scam. Reliable information is worth the price. We don't have 500,000 mora.
Paimon never thought she'd agree to parting with that kind of mora.
Oh, you've arrived. Please, take a seat.
Amen.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe with the boss? Ha! Once we reclaim the power of the Scarlet King, they'll be the first that the boss punishes.
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now is the Caracal Battalion. They've also amassed a significant amount of mora this time, so we mustn't underestimate them.
How can the Caracal Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick mora?
Yeah, with Boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back this time.
All these guys talk about is the Scarlet King, so they're probably the ones we're looking for.
Thanks,
Greater
Paimon.
Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared.
Whoa.
The day will come when the Scarlet King exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
Jeez, traitor.
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too.
Hey, pals, I would like to have a chat. Great.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm a student of the academia.
A student? What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos?
Vibing! I'm looking for info about a certain something.
Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
Hand him 50 mora.
What is this, some kind of joke?
Sorry, she must have grabbed the wrong amount.
Where are we getting this mystery mora from? Exactly.
So much mora.
Don't even have that much mora.
This is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there.
I guess we're gonna get it back later.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I just have one more question.
Oh, that's right. We heard you mention the Scarlet King just now. We're
Fake.
actually interested to know more because archaeology student.
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info. As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of the Scarlet King. Years ago, the Scarlet King founded the great desert nation that was our homeland.
Oh,
it was an advanced civilization,
okay.
far beyond anything you'll see in present-day Sumeru.
The desert.
The Scarlet King was the rightful god of wisdom, but he was betrayed by a companion he trusted. She even stripped him of his title, God of Wisdom. That shameless wretch destroyed the Scarlet King's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the tyranny of our enemies. Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the merciful and benevolent facade for which she is now known.
Wow,
just
interesting.
Thinking about it sickens me. But the story doesn't end there, oh no. The Scarlet King isn't truly dead. The voice of the Oracle has been heard in the desert, prophesying his resurrection.
I don't know if I would be so bold talking about raining down, hellfire on the entirety of Sumeru with my little Bluetooth in my ear.
I don't have anything to say to you,
like you get put on the watch list for
that.
something like that.
I think this conversation has reached its end.
Not just yet.
Oh, we got one.
This man is a fraud.
Oh.
Huh?
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you there. This group has been boasting all around that they can provide information on a certain item as a means of luring people into their territory. Once you show up, they keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to squeeze you for all the Mora you're worth.
Hey!
Dang.
Shut it all, Hatham! What are you playing at, trying to ruin our business like this,
Ha, give me my fake Mora back.
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my terms with your boss.
Ha! The boss made it perfectly clear that he won't negotiate with you.
Yes, and in no uncertain terms. But that was then. It does not preclude him from changing his mind in the future.
I'm warning you. Don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't usually get rough with people from the Academia because it just complicates things. For a lunatic like you, though, we might just have to make an exception.
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to a physical one, I accept. After all, even the Archons used war to negotiate the ownership of Teyvat. If, on the other hand, we can't agree on any means of negotiation at all, then I'm afraid my next course of action will sting a little more than the mere falling through of a few business deals. I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all else. I am quite confident that if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me himself.
Who's their boss?
However, I fear that by then, some things will have happened that cannot be undone. Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise, he might blame you for not telling him in the future.
What did you say?
Consider this. Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
Why does he have a special one?
This guy is really out of his mind.
Okay then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 Mora to them.
My fake Mora.
He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Emirites running too. Plus,
Emirites.
He seems to know a lot about what's going on around here. Let's catch up with him and ask some questions. Wait up! It's Al-Hatham, right?
Thank you for your help back there.
No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. We're even.
He's very moody with his
I
hair
advise you to keep your
in front of
distance
his
from them.
eyes.
Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future. All right. Goodbye.
Bye. See ya.
Horses! We still have something to ask you about!
Yeah, where did you get your fancy AirPod?
Since you tore through their scam right in front of them, you must know the real story about certain something, no?
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring about that?
I'm a student from the Academia. No, he's not gonna buy that.
A student. Right.
Oh my gosh.
Look,
the
you
mean,
should
please.
know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
Perhaps we can also talk terms. I know a thing or two about swordplay.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Mean.
She's really strong. Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange? We can help with that.
True.
She doesn't even have a vision. Forget it.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe not, but she can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those high-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of backup for your next meeting. Even if you don't go alone, you won't
doesn't even have a
regret taking us
vision.
with you.
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper? If you're searching for someone who sells that kind of merchandise, I'll give you one of their addresses, and you can try your luck. We'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't matter if you show up or not.
So, since you were happy to give us this merchant's information, does that mean you can tell us exactly what we're after?
You were willing to part with 500,000 mora for something and you didn't even know what it was? Okay. Well, if you truly are as skilled as you claim, then you can beat the answer out of them when they become hostile. Look, if you've been making inquiries, then you have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
Everyone in Sumeru is so direct.
Somehow, and that not only do the
Kinda
Eremites
mean.
deal in it, but some students want to get a hold of it too. What else?
Seems like some kind of knowledge.
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before.
Yes.
This is what you've been looking for.
Oh my gosh, you have it?
Paimon can't tell what it is. It looks like some kind of ornament.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge.
Canned
it's
knowledge.
Like a miniature Akasha. Anyone who links it to their personal Akasha Terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents. Knowledge capsules confer their contents without any requisites.
That's amazing.
It's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess or trade them.
What?
They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha, and are intended to be destroyed immediately after use. But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. After all, there will always be those in this world who are dissatisfied with life as designed for them by the Akasha and wish to change their fate.
Yeah, me
Over
too.
the past century,
I don't trust the
a
Akasha.
wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia. Now, in Port Ormos, the valuable ones are a means to mora for the Eremites. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them occasionally prove useful to the common citizens and hapless academia students. Well, I think that about sums it up. Oh, so that's your true
Knowledge is a
objective.
resource. Want to learn more about it.
With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer.
Perhaps we can negotiate further.
You're still resolved. Fine. Let's talk somewhere with fewer people. Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must help me with something.
Oh, ¿por qué?
I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant. Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell. She's guarded against people from the academia because most of her wares don't comply with academia regulations.
Finding Dory.
I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any further. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
So it's all about, like, knowledge.
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Trade. He got blocked.
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
Oh my gosh.
Fine. So how do we go about doing this?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password.
Man, I feel like the Academia is
Beyond the
listening
password,
to everything
though, I have
going
no
on.
way of knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
All right.
This is kind of nerve-wracking.
The true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for Mora and a shrewd eye for wares, and she only likes customers who she deems to have good taste. I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her highest quality wares and earn her approval.
Yes.
What? We only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Is that something we can learn quickly?
Elemental sight?
That's true.
Yes.
Have you two heard of elemental sight?
I'm smart. I can use it.
Oh? That's a surprise. Guess I'll have to
So
hold you in
judgy.
higher regard. Anyway, that ability should resolve your issue. Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
Ooh, an aura. The one on the left shines brighter.
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight.
How can you tell?
That's
Whatever.
because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. The more powerful the knowledge, the richer it is in Dendro energy.
Okay.
However, some
I
canned
believe that.
knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times, so those capsules are of little value.
Huh.
Using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure, but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
He answered
Here's
it.
a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here is the Mora for purchasing canned knowledge. Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any Mora left over, just keep it.
Yes, min-maxing Mora.
Oh,
Perfect.
And be sure to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately. Your efforts will be for naught if they catch you.
Matra?
They belong to the
Make his
Academia's
pockets
regulatory
hurt.
body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. Like I said, the Academia has banned both their trade and possession.
Haha, I get it. Funny joke.
If you succeed in your dealings with Dory,
Chuckles.
come find me at the Wikela Funduk. We'll have an open discussion then.
Okay. Ah, okay, so this is how to, like, communicate secretly with the informant. Okay, alright.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
Oh, frick. I should have looked at the thing more carefully. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch tiger by its tail. If you harness, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
What a unique palate. We have unripe hara fruits, but we usually keep them in the back. I'll have someone escort you.
The warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me. Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few things.
Okay.
Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
I should just trust my gut. This one's kind of sus. So let's go for, I think this one sounds more sus and more like abnormal. So let me say that.
Thanks. If better
Yes!
things come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Okay, you know what? I've gone for the bottom options every time. Maybe just go with the dizziness this time. No. This one, no. Yes.
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes your head and ears ring sounds like a bad life decision.
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style?
Port Ormos style.
Wow, you two sure are generous
Yeah.
customers. We'll be sure to package your products beautifully.
Here, over here.
These two good customers wish to buy some hara fruit, Miss Dory.
English love.
And if there's nothing else, I'll just excuse myself.
Sly, thank you for the 13 months. Snack, thank you for the prime sub. Miss Mintist, thank you for the prime. Ellaby, thank you for the prime. Maggie, thank you for the tier 1. Giyu, thank you for the 5 months.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Wait,
Cocage business. People sit business.
you look a whole lot scarier.
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess P-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. If you don't watch what you say, then you can forget about doing any business.
For real, Paimon.
But it seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything. But I bet my Mora that you've been involved in some shady dealings, haven't you?
Paimon's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but we'll take it.
Is Jory I don't know.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces. No matter how much Mora they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble. As decent folks trying to run an honest business. We don't need any of that. Wouldn't you agree? So that's why I prefer to have customers like you. It's your first time here, but don't worry. I won't ask too many questions. Even if you wish to buy enough knowledge capsules to decorate your house with, please knock yourself out. As long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, of course. Go ahead. Help yourselves. Voila! Wow.
I thought she was gonna like pull him out of her.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your reasons for buying. I can, however, offer some suggestions. Take this one, for example. An analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls.
Oh!
Only 3 people in all of Teyvat have ever studied it, making it extremely rare. It's on sale now for 350,000 Mora.
Dang, that would be a nice gift for Elon Musk.
Yeesh. Who would want to be an expert in that topic?
Elon Musk.
Or how about the architectural styles and construction methods of Teyvat in the early Archon War period?
Ooh. Wait. Architectural styles and construction methods of Teyvat in the early Archon War period. Oh, that's interesting.
With this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation and find an excellent, well-paying job in nearly any nation.
Huh.
Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful.
2 million Mora, and it's yours. No discounts.
Whoa! That's a lot of Mora!
I don't even have $1 million.
Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge capsule are indicated in small text on the body of each one, down at the bottom.
She's very corpa.
Alright, let's try the method that Al-Haytham mentioned.
Method? These 3, right? I'll take this one. This one.
You've really got a good head on your shoulders, and quite the eye for quality.
I mean, how much money did Al-Haytham give us?
We'll take these, please and thank you.
My oh my.
Don't credit.
You are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and the extravagant. Customers like you are a rare breed. 1 in 100. No,
he's
1
rich.
in 1,000 even. Listen, I have a special offer for you two. If you spend just 100,000 Mora more, you can pick any knowledge capsule of your choice up to a value of 1 million Mora.
All the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth 500,000 Mora. If we spend just a little more, we can get something worth 1 million Mora. Isn't that a fantastic deal? Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far, everything we bought belongs to Al-Haytham. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself?
Nope. I think you're the only one who's curious. You just want to see me try it.
Come on. We still have around 100,000 of Al-Haytham's Mora left.
Yeah, I could keep that.
So let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you. You've got a deal, Dory. We'd like to spend an extra 100,000 Mora.
On what?
Excellent. Then please, select from this fine collection of canned knowledge over here.
They're all gonna be garbage.
Hold on a second. Paimon thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Why can't we choose the ones from over there?
Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million Mora each. I'm sure discerning customers like yourselves will be able to find something to your liking. Please, take your time.
Maybe we should just pass this time.
Why?
Let's just say for our mental health.
Hey, we're getting a capsule worth 1 million mora here. Don't be such a party pooper. Well, anyway, the mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful.
Oh my gosh.
Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques, the art of growing spices, an overview of ancient runes. Oh, how about this one? Sword Fighting Techniques 8.
8?
Not sure we'd ever find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right? Let's go with this one. Dory, we'll take this one.
All right, very good. I'm expecting some new goods in the next couple days, so be sure to check back again soon. Whether it's canned knowledge or anything else you need, bring your mora to Dory and doors will open.
I feel like we're gonna get judged so hard.
You two made it. And from the looks on your faces, you were successful.
Whoa, there's so many people from the academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wikela Funduk is under the academia's control, so naturally the academia has people working here. I came to Port Ormos under the pretense of conducting official business.
You're a pretty daring guy.
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcher won't come here. Okay now, tell me how your encounter with Dory went.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the academia lost now?
Before that, I have to ask. Why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
We want to meet the Dendro Archon.
Yeah, she just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. We've been in Sumeru for a while now, but we still haven't found a way.
You know, we just want to have a quick chat with the God of Wisdom.
When we heard that the academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came here in case it turned out to be our lucky break.
In that case, you're on the right track.
Oh?
A short while ago, the academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it, and you'll gain the wisdom of the gods.
Wow.
Okay.
There's really such a thing as that? Hey, if
Google.
we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the Dendro Archon? Ooh, or even how to find your brother?
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist. And it's right here, in Port Ormos.
So, where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next. I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge capsule truly is. As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. The knowledge contained within may bring great power or wealth to whoever has it in their possession. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. After attempting various methods, I finally managed to reach a tentative agreement with several brigades. I agreed to forego ownership of the divine knowledge capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it. After all, there's no harm in understanding what it is. However, there are those who are less amenable to negotiation, such as those from Ain al-Ahmar. They adamantly believe that the divine knowledge capsule contains the Scarlet King's power, and that he will return to this world when they obtain it. They refuse to let anyone from the academia tarnish their deity's soul.
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get that capsule by any means necessary. To that end, they've resorted to many methods more foul than fair in order to amass sufficient funds. So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them into negotiating with me. The divine knowledge capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. Each brigade will place their own bid, and the prize will be covertly given to the winner. To ensure the capsule's security and to evade the Matra's notice, the winning brigade will not publicly disclose their victory. Unless I know whose hands the divine knowledge capsule ends up in, my agreements with them will fall through. Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was previously closed to me. With you on board now, the situation is different.
In other words, you wanted us to befriend Dory so you could find out where the divine knowledge capsule is.
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms none of us. The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the divine knowledge capsule's whereabouts. If she has no information, wait 2 days and approach her again. If I get the opportunity to study the divine knowledge capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll meet up in 2 days.
Alhaitham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge capsule for ourselves, but we're not sure how to use it.
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule?
Yes.
Sure, I can teach you. All right, this place works. Show me the capsule you purchased.
We're gonna get roasted.
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule. This class is something of a rare find these days, since most have been taken by the Eremites to augment their battle capabilities.
Really? Ah, yeah, what a great buy!
Need a can opener.
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you already possess a high amount of strength.
Which I do.
We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles. One before using this knowledge capsule, and one after.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna buff my stats?
While you fight, we can use an Akasha Terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the 2 tests, as well as a disparity in your opponent's abilities. But don't worry. I'll run statistical analyses afterward to mitigate any confounding effects.
Traveler buff?
You must have been one of those guys at the academia who got top grades on everything. Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the academia, right? So why are you risking getting caught by the Matra for this capsule?
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity. This is but one theory.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid the question.
All right, let's begin the test. Just fight as you normally do.
Hello.
Scatter! Ah!
No one. Come a little closer. Let's spark things up a little.
Wow,
You're in for a little
damage.
shock.
All right. I'll link your Akasha Terminal to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish a connection with it so you can activate its power.
The canned knowledge. Oh. As if I saw countless sword-wielding figures fighting one moment. Then the next, they disappeared into the recesses of my memory. Ah, okay. So you, like, absorb the canned knowledge. It's like a little USB.
Hey, how are you feeling?
I felt something for a moment. Whatever was inside the knowledge capsule became part of my memory.
You mean that it worked?
That's kind of scary, to be
All right.
honest.
Time for round 2. Fight with the same composure as before.
Propagate! Lightning purify!
Fly!
You're in for a little shock.
Sorry, mushrooms.
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Alhaitham, how's it going?
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve her combat capability. During the second fight, her overall fighting performance increased by 0.073%.
Wait, how much?
No way. It's basically 0 thus to me when I get 0.7% more crit. That's all my artifacts.
Dory's such a jerk! She totally scammed us! 1 million mora? This thing isn't worth a tenth of that amount!
Of course, this could be because she is so powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial increase.
Yeah, I'm
At
cracked.
the very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two. Our deal seems increasingly worth my investment.
What?
I'm heading back to Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2 days' time. This is Mora for when you ask Dory for information. Pay her as much as she requests.
Oh my gosh, just take it and run.
Here, over here! Oh, welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time?
That's good.
You name it. Canned knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way. Can you really get us anything we want? Anything at all?
Don't, okay?
So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind. Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than ordinary canned knowledge. But you know, that kind of information isn't going to be cheap.
Yeah.
After all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big trouble. But how can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious how you just happen to have this kind of info the moment we need it. Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market in order to secure more sales.
Leakers
As for the information's authenticity, well, you've no need to worry about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it.
Name your price.
It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full,
how much?
Here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was purchased yesterday by a certain Misery, the leader of Ain El Ahmar. Ain El Ahmar? You mean the
That's
Eremites
good.
who worship the Scarlet
I want to
King?
know the price.
Ah, so you're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King. That Divine Knowledge Capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before.
Oh.
It was glowing bright red.
Oh, interesting.
The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself. Thanks for the info, Dory. Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. Mora for Dory opens doors. Well, we figured out
I like
where
her
the
little
Divine Knowledge
catchphrase.
Capsule is. It turns out
Love her little her little sign-off message. Wonder when she thought of that.
back and talk to Al Hatham.
Does it also rhyme in other languages?
Watching stream to ease my nerves before I start my new job today. Thank you, Miss Dish.
I'm sure it'll go great. Chalk, congratulations on your new job. Can she find Aether for us?
We got the info you wanted.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
It's in the hands of Ain al-Amar.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the intel. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites' transaction. But then to get close enough to take a picture like this. Bold move, Dory. Very bold move. All right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain al-Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain El Ahmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hands.
Hands.
After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock sharp. See you then.
Oh, Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Walks in literally as she's speaking. My question is, how are you guys so down bad for someone you just met? How much do you even know about Haytham?
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Pharos Lighthouse.
How are you gonna be so down horrendous already?
Let's go.
Call me a realist, because I am, but you can't freaking love someone without even knowing a single thing about them.
Oh, Haytham. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
What is love?
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. But to your credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word. This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he helped you out? Fine, your funeral. I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Alright, NPC. Their little pitter-patter.
Here they come. Good luck, you two.
Wow, we're gonna get you. Our little NPCs are gonna get you.
Propagate.
We're gonna get you.
Where do you think you're in for a
Where
little
do you
shot?
think you're going? Where do you think you're going? Y'all are just embarrassing yourself.
Don't be such a brute.
Embarrassing.
Academia scum! Boss! Finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can...
Bro!
Boss? Boss! What's wrong?
What happened to him?
We have to cut his Akasha connection, now.
Target acquired! Arrest him! Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away!
Yoink.
World, forget me.
Bruh.
What in Tibet just happened? It's like that big guy suddenly lost his mind.
That was a cool cutscene. It was very cool. He's like, he couldn't handle all the knowledge. Oh, it's too much. It's too much knowledge. My head. It hurt. I gotta beat up my homies.
It looks like he used the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Gotta beat up my my friends to show how much knowledge I have now.
You mean the Divine Knowledge Capsule did that to him?
His brain's too small.
Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation.
Dang, that sucks.
This divine knowledge capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, but beyond that, it doesn't seem anything like the rumors suggest. Possessing it doesn't grant you divine wisdom or power. Did you hear what he said? World, forget me. What could that possibly mean?
That's exactly what I heard before at Irminsul.
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the divine knowledge capsule back too. What a shame. We were so close.
I feel like I could probably hit, not me, but I feel like the Traveler could probably handle the divine knowledge capsule.
Still, Paimon didn't expect the divine knowledge capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it. Oh, who knows what would have happened to us?
We got this.
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also
Hello? Liar! He's not gonna tell us?
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the divine knowledge capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something.
Oh my,
you
snake!
Academia, do you have any idea how we could go about meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire administration.
Wow.
Most of the time, you wouldn't know she exists at all.
Hello?
Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom, scholars have no reason to desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
I mean, we made a deal.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I'm heading back to the Academia. How about you two?
We're gonna get that capsule from you, sir, is what we're gonna do.
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good.
You have a point. Let's return to Sumeru City, I guess.
Then we'll part ways here, Alhaitham, until we meet again.
You snake. He just pulls it out.
Do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
You... Boom! Through mist and smoke, the forest dark. Where is he?
There she is! Dinyarzad, we're back!
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
We're back.
Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been preparing for so long that I can't help but feel a little nervous.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser Lord Kusanali will feel everyone's gratitude.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time. Speaking of which, did you manage to make your way to Port Ormos? Discover anything over there?
Of course we went. A lot of things happened there.
Instead, we're only left with more questions.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure.
Oh.
If there is another chance, I would love to join.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Dia! You were eavesdropping!
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
It's all right, Dia. I merely said I would like to go. I know better than to think my body could handle it. The festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So Dia, please take some time to relax. I'll be fine.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
Bedtime.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really nice.
Sorry for the trouble, Dunyarzad.
Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventures when you next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories next time.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow? All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia's still insisting on her covert protection.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly hovering over you, right?
It'll be easier to get information with your help.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, Dunyarzad.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight. See you tomorrow.
I'm excited.
I'm starting to really look forward to the Sumeru festival too. Will there be lots of yummy food? Oh no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night.
Thank you. I've had enough.
Did we oversleep? We should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
I've had enough. Stop yelling. Oh. Hey, Queen.
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you two.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must have overslept a little bit.
Not at all. I arrived early. Today is finally here. I must cherish every moment as if it were gold.
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. It's just that, as expected, I had some trouble falling asleep last night. I'm hoping my body won't be too much of an issue today.
Poor thing.
Well, shall we? Let's start with the stalls over there.
It sucks.
Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
Okay, if I can keep up with you.
Everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
If I could keep up with you, I would.
That contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers,
pomegranate.
And that kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed. So, what's the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukushifa mushrooms, Lunar Lotuses, Sumeru roses, Sunsetias,
You can eat Sumeru roses?
Hara fruits, and Zaytun peaches.
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a vegetarian holiday?
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru uses vegetarian food to represent the Dendro Archon, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted fowl, juicy meatballs, grilled steak?
This is heretical.
Oh, Traveler, we have to go to Natlan as soon as possible.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
One thing at a time, Paimon.
Thanks. All right, how about we also check out some of these other stalls?
I love those blueberries that are like the size of your fist. That's my kind of blueberry.
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like they'd be fun to try together.
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
So, how does it work?
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Sure sounds random. so random that it will probably fail.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will interpret the remnants.
Sounds like a little bit of a scam. For some reason, I don't buy it. This entire thing is way too random.
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected, and all that occurs can be traced back to fate. You could say this is a pearl of old wisdom.
Okay.
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working together?
So that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?
Okay. How about a mushroom and a flower?
Okay, one moment. It's the moon.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it? It looks more like a pie that Paimon bit into.
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now.
I remember.
It means illusions and lies.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
You know what? We were lied to very recently.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only ever show you the beginning of a journey. It is up to you to forge your own ending. Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stop.
Do I still need to keep it in emote only? I haven't really figured out what for yet.
It was very lively a long, long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zeros would be just as impressive.
True. Yes. Okay. Ferris.
Attention.
What
Soldiers,
was this?
Fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
Mustache NPC just dropped.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat. Hey, it's Dunyarzad!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda candies. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zero's festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
The Hallowed Knight of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zero's festival. All right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed!
Yes, Knight Ferris!
Sweet.
Just what is going on here?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zero's festival icon, and one immensely popular with children. In the past, the actor portraying Ferris would also sit on a flower carriage.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival staple, and I happen to have some boxes ready here.
I love candy.
Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
Yes.
Whichever one. Don't these boxes all look the same?
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon.
Lavender melon!
Sunsetia.
Ooh, those all sound pretty good.
Okay.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Huh? What's
Okay, I need the lavender melon.
Oni Kabuto is a little spicier than Lizard Tail.
I need lavender melon because I need to know what it tastes like. Okay, this is my chance. This is my chance.
You tried them before? Paimon wants the Sunsetia flavor.
No. We want the lavender melon.
It's all right. Paimon believes in you.
also believe in your intuition.
Great.
We want the lavender melon.
These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
All right. I'm going to have faith in what did the last vendor just tell us? That fate, even in randomness, there's fate, right? Whatever. So I'm going to trust that my favorite number, which is actually 14, but the closest is 4, will lead me to the lavender melon. Please. It's definitely number 4.
Excellent.
Nah!
That is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon bet you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right.
Attention! Here's your Sunsetia flavored candy.
Can I go again?
Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies.
It's Knight of Flowers, not Knight of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Since you're here, can you come with me to get it?
Yes.
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're so excited about the Sub-Zero's festival.
How embarrassing.
Can I go again? Can I have more?
Attention, young
Nah. Give me the lavender melon.
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
Hey.
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Boss, isn't that her?
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the Homayanis would shell out to get you back.
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect them!
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
Sheesh!
You're Dia. Dia the Flame Mane. No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for so long. You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so
unruly
disrespectfully.
mane.
My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness to us.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get too cocky.
All right, Dia versus NPC. This looks like a trashy album cover.
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
We can help. We can
We're gonna
help.
stay and help. There's too many of them.
Dia's top priority is your employees' safety.
You're right. All right, fine.
Please be careful, Dia.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. This is my job. Look out for yourself. After I've wiped the floor with them, I'll go find you all.
I wanted to see the fight, but okay. Yeah. Alicia, thank you for the prime. I know.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you in shock?
I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever I exert myself too much.
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
She's fine. She's
don't
fine.
worry.
She's cool. She can take care of herself.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
See?
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
No purse.
Your arm.
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Greatsword? Claymore?
Please, let me take a closer look.
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
About that. Well, I sold it, because I was low on Mora. Stuff like this happens every now and then.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the venue's final round of preparations?
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry. I'm not gonna lose my commission because I made my employer cry, am I?
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling your weapon without permission and getting hurt? I'll have to reevaluate your performance.
Oh, that's sweet.
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much, Dia.
Sweet.
Don't be like that. I get embarrassed really easily.
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyarzad?
My lady, your condition. Traveler, can you take her somewhere to rest? I'll look around the area to make sure we're safe from an ambush.
Truly. I'm sorry for the trouble, everyone.
Why do people do this? People with chronic illness always apologizing for being an inconvenience. Stop! It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Please.
Are you feeling better, Dunyarzad?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go.
Dia's expression just now when she mentioned your condition. How serious is your illness?
I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret.
Is she?
I was actually born with Elazar.
Oh.
It's terminal now.
Ah, man. Oh my gosh, look at her skin texture. What the frick? Scary.
I can't believe it's Elazar.
I know this isn't a funny moment, but Lamine's face is like just a little bit funny.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity. Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago. Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment for me so that I can live for that much longer. However, I know I will one day succumb to this. Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed. Since I was a child, all I could do was sit on my bed and stare at everything outside of my window. I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from friends like Dia. This way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful.
Man, it kind of reminds me of
many people will remember that I once existed in this world, right?
Oh man. This is reminding me of anime spoiler. This is reminding me of your line, April. Yes, I will remember you. Don't say that you still have happy times yet to come. Nah, let's be realistic.
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you. No, even if you forget Paimon, Paimon will still remember you.
Oh, that's sweet.
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressing conversation. This is out of character for me. To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step.
You're the one who remains resolute in the face of your illness. You're already so strong for never giving up.
Thanks. There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets. Oh, right. Isn't it almost time?
Dance?
Huh? Almost time for what?
Isn't the Dance of Sub-Zero supposed to begin?
Oh my gosh, hurry.
It's the part of the festival that I've been looking forward to the most.
Let's
Milu
go.
will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing.
Dance.
And the Sub-Zero's festival will conclude amid everyone's applause and blessings. And with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the stage!
Yeah, we should still make it in time.
Let's go!
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior permission?
Man, you
Over there,
get out of here.
Someone's yelling at Milu!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he here in person?
But the Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zeros Festival. If we can't perform it...
The Sub-Zeros Festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious festivals. Only the Academia can host such an event.
Ugh!
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer.
Jeez.
The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zeros Festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them.
Man, don't go. They have the final say in all this. We force their hand too much, the situation might get ugly.
This is a hard pill to swallow, but you're right. Things would only get worse.
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of knowledge and reason?
What?
Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish to defile it.
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts. Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
Yes.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me.
What?
What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore.
Wow. That is not cool. These freaking people.
When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha Day that prohibits public art performances.
What?
We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Understood.
Man.
I will inform him when I return.
Y'all suck. The Grand Sage.
The Sub-Zero's Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Milu, are you okay?
Yeah, we gonna dance, okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad.
Heck 'em.
You all saw that just now? The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
Heck 'em. Screw 'em.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the Academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? And what about the atmosphere on the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance. No. They just threatened to investigate the organizers. If we were caught...
Milu, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zeros so much. And I know how important this festival is to you.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
I don't want you to have any regrets.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough. It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zeros Festival at this point. I don't want to get everyone in trouble.
We can...
If you say so. But... you can sneak out for the next Sub-Zeros Festival, right? We'll make sure the next one is a smashing success.
The next one.
Eh.
Yes. Okay. It's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
No. No!
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
I think we should do some kind of private performance.
It really is okay. There's nothing we can do about it. Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Milu's dance.
It's not too late. Surely we can figure something out.
A lot happened today. It's a shame the festival ended the way it did. Nilo and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's festival a success, but Dunyarzad is running out of time.
I'm sure she knows that very well. This may be a regret that can never be resolved.
Yeah.
Beep.
The project has entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
What?
Oh, we're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad right
away! What? Hold on a minute. What just happened? Okay, I don't think it's like time travel or anything, but it's like a memory reset or something like that?
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry we're late.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure!
Lamine's face.
Traveler? Why are you just standing there? Let's get going!
Is this Groundhog Day? She's not saying anything.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way. Let's go take a look.
Weird. This is very weird.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
You are quite well informed, miss.
They're all plants. Actually, what is the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's one of the Sub-Zero's festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Wait, starting from just now, something feels really familiar. The
Appear
remnants
to be in the form of the moon.
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
Say it, traveler.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. It means illusions and lies. But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Is this deja vu?
Understood. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
What is going on?
So, where to next?
She's not talking. She's not saying anything. I don't like this. And the kids are doing the same thing as well. It's the same 3 kids.
All right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda candies, don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed.
Yes, Knight Ferris! What's going on? Is this a play?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zero's festival icon and one immensely popular with children.
She sounds so tired.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can meet the Knight of Flowers. Oh, do you want some Yalda candies? I happen to have some boxes readied here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
What's to pick?
All right, this time.
It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon, hara fruit, sunsetia.
Ooh, how interesting.
And there's also lizard tail.
What?
I can't hear this again.
Paimon pick one. Paimon wants to eat the sunsetia flavor.
All right.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
This time I'm gonna get the lavender melon with number 2.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed sunsetia.
Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right.
Just now, did I really mean to choose the number 4? I felt like my body just subconsciously reached for it.
Huh?
Hey!
Are you saying that you instinctively chose the right box? But now that you mention it, Paimon also had the feeling you'd choose the right one. Is that kinda like what you felt?
Why do I keep having this sense of deja vu? That's so weird. I definitely hit number 2.
Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Now we're being mind controlled by these little devices. I'm sorry, Dunyazar, but I need to leave for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going? You're just gonna walk off like that?
Yes. The flavor of deja vu. We need to take out the little things in our ears. The AirPod. No more AirPod. Oh, you wouldn't mind if I just... Oh, well, I swear I just saw a Shrine of the Depths. Just kidding. Never mind. Anyways.
A feeling of deja vu? Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced whatever is going on. In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. But that's just our brains playing tricks on us, isn't it? So why'd you run here in such a hurry?
I wanted to see something I normally never would. I want to see if I can get rid of the deja vu.
So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still get that same feeling of
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat?
1 coconut charcoal cake, please.
Got it. You don't look like you're from these parts, but I gotta say, you've got good taste. I'll give this order to the kitchen.
Didn't we meet Lambat already?
coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burned thing that didn't look tasty at all? Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order something like this.
Are we in like a simulation?
That thing? Are you really gonna eat it? Isn't this going a bit too far? How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful.
No, it actually tastes really good.
Then, you mean...
This flavor, I've definitely eaten this before.
That's impossible! We were just talking about how gross it looked! So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu?
I couldn't get rid of it after all. Looks like I've tried this before.
Paimon also gets the impression that we've been here many times, even though we aren't regulars. How about...
This is so weird.
We go out again and try something else.
This is so weird. What is happening? What's going on? I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Ugh. Okay.
Hey, Dinnerzad is sitting by yourself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, Dinnerzad. We meet again. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came to my rescue. I started to feel unwell after that, so I sat down here.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness, are you hurt?
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched, but it isn't serious.
Whew, that's a big relief. But, Dunyarzad, you seem a little down today. It's the Sub-Zero's festival, and you've been looking forward to it so much!
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical exertion or strong emotions tend to aggravate my illness.
Emotions?
Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time will come to an end.
Paimon doesn't quite quite follow you. And Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
Sorry for leaving you behind earlier.
It really is fine. I don't mind.
I've just experienced a number of strange events. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Huh? Did something happen?
Dunyarzad, have you ever felt deja vu? You know, like when you've already experienced something that's happening right now?
Maybe subconsciously she knows it's not gonna...
No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I were feeling deja vu, I suppose I would already be used to it.
Maybe she subconsciously knows that it's gonna get shut down.
Then, is it only the two of us?
No way.
It's almost time.
No, she said.
Time for what?
Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zerus is about to begin. Let's go.
This is like next level. I'm feeling so weirded out by this. Yeah, okay, same thing. It's getting shut down.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbaha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will publicly announce it later through the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zerus Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content. Okay, sounds like he knows what's going... Well... I mean, we are in a loop. Like, this is our second time going through this day.
Are you okay?
Theoretically. Gosh, I have no idea what's going on.
The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
It's okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
But you've been really looking forward to this.
Dance, Nilou.
I don't want you to have any regrets.
Dance,
It
Nilou.
truly is
Do
unfortunate, but I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Didn't the Grand Sage say that he might investigate the organizers?
True, but... well, okay. I'll just have to try again next year.
No, right now.
The next festival. I probably won't be around by then.
Brick.
What did you just say?
Jeez.
No, nothing. I'll be heading back to rest. Thank you for your help, everyone.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did!
It's a real shame. For some reason, I felt like this outcome was inevitable.
Did Dunyarzad already go back? We should also return and get some sleep.
Okay. Dude, if it puts me back in, I'm gonna lose my mind.
So, in the end, you still couldn't figure out what that deja vu feeling was all about? Maybe it really was because of exhaustion.
I'm feeling pretty groggy. I hadn't thought about it, but my head does feel very heavy.
Same here. That's why Paimon stopped thinking about it halfway through the day. Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now,
Whoa.
we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Do you see that black and white flash? What's that scroll doing?
Observing a modest drop in the output of Jnana energy, but values still remain within normal parameters.
Continue to monitor the variances in the data and find the cause as soon as possible.
What the frick? We're in a simulation! Dude.
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep? Anyway, we should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
No, Mom, this way. Dude!
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Jeez, she does not sound good.
Paimon thinks you sound kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Great idea. Let's get going. Traveler?
This feels all too familiar. What a strong sense of deja vu. Please don't make me walk. Please don't make me do this walk thing again. I don't want to. I don't want to.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the Sabzeruz festival. Oh, are you interested in Yalda candies? I have some boxes of candy here. Pick whichever one you want.
Not much of a choice.
Not much of a
All
choice.
These boxes look the same.
It's not that simple.
Ha 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 ha.
Each box contains a random... And there's also lizard... No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Oh my gosh. Dude. 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 Number 4. Number 4. Number 4. Man, my favorite number. It's feeling like less of my favorite number now.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all.
So creepy.
Congratulations. Number 4.
The same, right?
Paimon knew she always had incredible luck.
Number 1 is lizard. Number 3 is lavender melon.
Paimon's not really interested in the other flavors.
Wait.
Wait. How did you know? Don't tell me that you already knew which flavor was in each box.
No way.
What? She was right about all of them?
Wait, what?
Have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning and they've been sealed ever since. You couldn't have known beforehand.
So we've been doing this a bunch of
Mind
times.
reading? X-ray vision? Or some kind of magic trick? This is way too freaky.
Tell us what's going on. Since when did you get superpowers? Traveler?
Oh! Just now, that was...
Hey, where are you going?
So we've been in this loop for a while.
What's
because...
going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know.
So we've been in this loop for a significant amount of time because she knew what was in all the other boxes. So we've gone through it at least 5 times to find out which one was in each, and then at least 2 more times. So at least 7 times we've done this loop. I don't like this. No, wait. Come back, please. Come back, Kusanali, please. So creepy.
What are you looking for? Why did we come here?
A familiar figure, an overwhelming sense of deja vu. Oh. Eh! Caged bird. I feel like this is some symbolic of... Yeah. I feel like this imagery is important.
That's...
Oh! What did I say? Help! Help me!
Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad?
She was still with us just a moment ago.
What's happening here? Why are there 2 Dunyarzad's? You already know that this isn't your first Sabzeruz festival, don't you?
Alert. Alert?
I'm sure you already know how to use this. A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it? What's inside? You should use it too, Paimon. You know Paimon?
Let's use it together, Paimon.
Well, this seems kinda sketchy, but Paimon feels like this is what we should do. What the?
Memories. So many days worth of memories.
This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival?
Oh!
Huh? No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been to the Sub-Zero's festival?
This is my actual nightmare.
In a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized. What the heck was inside that knowledge capsule? Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago. Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds the way. What about everyone else? Why are you only helping the two of us? Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro, and you also have special, sensitive constitutions. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness.
What's wrong with Junior-san over there?
A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that.
Okay.
As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left.
What? Bro, I don't understand. What I need to do right now is break out of the cycle.
Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain. Oh yeah, I'm Nahida.
Nahida. I know, you introduced yourself before.
You passed the test. What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait. Please don't tell Paimon even you don't know. Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called the samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside the one-day samsara. As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that.
Okay.
I can only give you surface level help,
Okay.
like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness.
Okay.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each Sub-Zero's festival. If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her.
We gotta
But
see
as
the
things
dance.
are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall. You sure love to use weird analogies.
That was a great analogy, Paimon.
Analogies are wonderful tools. They let you use existing knowledge to understand unfamiliar things. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
I don't know. When you enter a state of contemplation, you can choose any text entry to interpret it. This interpretation process involves analysis of the text entry and may yield new entries. Once interpreted, you may submit that text as a conclusion. If one of the text entries on the current page can be used as a conclusion, then select the entry before choosing submit conclusion. Okay.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara. The Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content. Did he mean something more? The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean?
Oh, I've just realized that this is Lumine's VA.
What's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger.
It's been so long since I've heard Lumine's voice that I forgot that, like, I just didn't even consider that this was Lumine's inner voice.
My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on?
Time loop.
That should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. A pity.
Ah, I tried.
Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought that made a lot of sense. It feels like time's just repeating itself. A simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a lot of information. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more hints. Dunyarzad! The Sabzeruz festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste an infinite amount of them. Hurry and find the truth before today's festival ends.
Okay. Gosh, I'm not even in the time loop and I feel tired.
Let's think about our current situation.
Or whatever it is.
To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the samsara of the Sabzeruz festival.
We have to finish
to
it.
do that, we need to figure out what's happening. The truth. Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again. It's more productive than sitting here and scratching our head.
Okay, talking. This quest is, it like feels exhausting almost. All right, hello.
Hey there.
Hey, it's you guys again. Where's your cultured friend?
She's feeling a little unwell.
I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest just yesterday.
Okay. Does fruit still look fresh? Have you felt anything strange lately?
Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest yesterday, and I'm selling produce here today. I haven't felt anything strange.
To put it another way, if you really, really think about it, was yesterday truly yesterday? Did you actually come back from the forest yesterday?
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Are you two daydreaming?
Maybe. I don't know.
Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go somewhere else if you want to find someone to daydream with.
Oh, a dream?
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Is everyone dreaming?
Remember what he said just now? No one dreams in Sumeru?
True. It's so weird that people here don't dream. Why is that? Anyway, if this all really were just a dream, we would have woken up a long time ago. Let's keep asking around.
You probably wouldn't feel so tired, too, if it was a dream. Okay.
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person?
No. We actually did run into a situation, but I'm not sure it's related to your divination.
Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the god's divination is highly accurate. You just hadn't fully understood its significance yet.
You're really excited about this, huh? That's exactly why we came back. Help us better understand it.
Help you better understand it? Well, that isn't exactly what I excel at.
So, you're admitting that you don't have a clue?
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into?
We're all trapped in the day of the Sumeru's festival. You've actually divined our fortune many, many times.
Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for a scam. What you just said, are you serious? Does that kind of thing actually happen in real life?
Paimon knew you weren't going to believe it.
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination. The moon, illusions, and lies. It really felt like an omen.
When you say it like that, the divination does sound like it's related to what's going on. Can you read any more into it?
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything more specific is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The book only says, if you trust your instincts and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
So that's how it is. Looks like fortune-telling is just fortune-telling. It's no good for practical problems. We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to?
We need...
Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again?
She cares a lot about Dunyarzad. Let's try to talk to her. Take her to see the real Dunyarzad.
Yeah. If we tap into Dia's strong sense of responsibility as a mercenary, then she'll definitely take a seat. At this time of day, Dia's probably just finished beating up those kidnappers.
Dude, this is actually Groundhog Day. Hey, pal.
I'm fine, my lady. It's just a scratch.
Can't we just predict the future?
Perfect timing. Both of you are here.
We could tell her
Paimon,
we know.
Traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous
See, I'm either I'm really smart or I'm really predictable. I'm just predictable. The gang of kidnappers have just ambushed you.
Huh? You saw? Then why didn't you jump in earlier? If someone was protecting Miss Dunyarzad, I could have went all out. Anyway, can you do something for me?
You want the Traveler to take Dunyarzad somewhere to rest up while you check to see if there's still any kidnappers around. Did Paimon get that right?
How did you know what I was going to say?
We need to say something convincing.
We know that... Oh.
Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds. And then she was injured because she wasn't used to her new weapon. People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? My mind feels exhausted.
It's this one. Boom. We know about your claymore, Miss Girl. You got injured because you weren't using your current greatsword. You sold your greatsword to support the festival.
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. What's going on?
All right, so this is the situation.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
It's kind of hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type, but we do have basic common sense.
Have you noticed something off about Dunyarzad?
She's quieter than usual. Uninterested in anything and really gloomy.
Hey!
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh? At first?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about. I'll go rest on the bench over there.
Not interested
My
in this
lady,
conversation.
Are you angry?
Come with me. I'll show you some evidence.
All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunyarzad isn't
Oops, sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to skip that. All right, Dea. This is gonna literally gonna blow your mind, okay? We brought a friend. Nahida.
Nahida! We brought a friend! Are you busy?
I thought I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
The real Dunyarzad? Where and Who are you talking to?
Huh?
What?
I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or Miss Dunyarzad here.
Okay, you didn't say that explicitly. You just... Okay. You didn't say that. Maybe she did. She said it earlier. Or another day. But you're smart,
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
You can see her?
Wow. How perceptive. Does she have invisible antennae?
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
How does she know that?
Her condition's really bad.
Wow.
And she's basically in a coma.
Very protective.
How did you know she was here?
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering feelings of something like regret or disappointment. What happened?
She didn't get to see the dance.
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's festival has been repeating itself. So, you think the sages are behind this?
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the Sub-Zero's festival as a sick joke.
So we gotta rip out the Akashas.
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages are the only ones in Sumeru who could pull off something like this. Maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know.
Yeah, we gotta break our Akashas. Nahida, can you tell us anything about the Akasha?
Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge capsule? That means you must know something about the Akasha!
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power.
Gnosis?
It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
Sounds like an abuse of power to
A
me.
gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical. It's being powered by the gnosis of Sumeru's Archon.
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It
compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait.
What's up?
I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the Akasha for. But compiling the entire populace's wisdom? How does that work?
By yoinking our brain waves.
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha?
Most information in the Akasha comes from Irminsul.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. What do you think?
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. People in Sumeru don't... Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
This kind of reminds me of Life is Strange. Like this whole style of gameplay reminds me a lot of like decision-making games.
My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on? What's happening right now? See?
I can't combine anything? Okay.
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. Now that I think about it, my head's been feeling unusually heavy.
Whatever.
When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage once said, knowledge always comes at a price. Compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us?
But how would they do that?
Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around in there?
Bruh.
We don't know any specifics.
Don't like this.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain. This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
We're being used like little ants.
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru City to a massive brain? I love it.
In that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Somehow I don't think it'll be that simple.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words, when this is over, I'm getting evidence and exposing this whole thing to the public.
How does everyone feel?
Actually, I noticed something else.
Huh? What is it?
If I feel like at the end of every day, there's always the sound of a beep.
Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha Terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
I heard the same sound in Port Ormos.
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway.
Oh no. I don't want to start over.
Did you hear that?
I don't want to start over.
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep.
It's getting dark.
But it sounded like it was coming from inside my head. We took off our Akasha terminals.
I don't want to go again.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties. But we cannot lose all of our progress.
Bruh. I don't want to go again. I don't want to go again.
Paimon remembers everything.
Let's go.
Good.
Thank goodness.
You adapted quickly this time.
At the end of last night.
We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that?
Because we're in a simulation. We've been implanted with another form of terminals. We failed to sever our connections with them.
But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with whatever's trapping us in this cycle. Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far if all it wants is everybody's wisdom?
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are.
If we're lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
I guess I'm the moon.
The moon? Wasn't that the result of our divination?
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth, so you should focus on other things. Don't get distracted and miss any clues.
Okay.
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If Paimon's reading the time correctly, those kidnappers should be showing up soon.
Thank you, please. I don't want to see. Was that the default? What?
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those.
Was that a one-star sword
My lady,
I just
did you
saw?
get hurt?
Hey, she's not
What's
hurt.
wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
You didn't get hurt this time.
She's getting more comfortable with the sword.
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs.
She's used to her new greatsword. Are you still getting used to your new greatsword? You're unfamiliar to use land you some scratches.
Shh. How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
During the battle, did you feel anything strange?
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. If I had to say something, it's weird how such a new weapon could feel so familiar. It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of battles.
You're saying that although you don't remember using it, your body feels like it does?
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory. Only knowing the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler, what do you think?
Could it be because we removed our Akasha terminals? This has never happened before.
Yeah! Paimon's feeling really hopeful.
Is it possible that we've already broken free?
Oh, you're right! Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
I don't know about that.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so...
So you want us to take Dunyarzad somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say?
Forget it. Go and do your thing.
Some of the repeated, like, variations on the dialogue, I have very little patience for. Sorry. Okay, we gotta do the dance. We gotta do the dance. Dance time, please.
It's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia not getting injured, everything seems to have stayed the same. Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time she fought the kidnappers. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved Dunyarzad?
No.
Really? Good job on all that progress. Get some good sleep tonight.
Hey! What kind of an answer is that?
Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, but the only way you can know that for sure is if you experience tomorrow.
I don't want to go again.
How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? Does tomorrow truly exist as anything beyond a made-up concept?
I don't want to.
It's even possible that this entire world is a lie, and the history of the whole world has just been one endless Sub-Zero's festival.
What? Don't say that. You're freaking me out.
Okay, no more. Paimon's brain is already shut down.
That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow. Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
Huh? It's not very Archonly of you, Nahida. No wonder they don't like you around here. Lesser Lord Kusanali, anxiety dookie?
Hold on, what did you just say?
People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggested you could try that. Is that so strange?
Duke. With the dash in the middle. I don't want to do this anymore.
Feels like it's been a long time since we've really gotten to relax.
Continue the harvest.
Harvest.
These sacrifices are trivial.
I'm tired, actually. Please, new content.
We're still in the same day.
I can't bear it. As expected, it's not as simple as we thought.
Nahida, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the Samsara? Why did you tell us?
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
Paimon thought the Duke did that! Whatever. Guess you were looking out for us after all.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
Paimon. Don't you know we've been in this loop for like 100 days or something like that?
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence. In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me. Get it?
Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
The time loop theory is indeed incorrect.
Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory?
Dea's fighting skills have been improving, and Dunyarzad's illness has also gotten worse.
Oh yeah, you're right. Gosh, how did we not notice that? In a simple time loop, people's physical conditions should also reset.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Is it our memories of the day are getting erased? Or like reset almost?
Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory. And Dia was able to use her experiences to avoid injury in later samsara cycles. The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear it every night, even though we removed our Akasha terminals. Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate. We've already experienced the Sabzeruz festival many times, and...
Memories are deleted every day. Please, please let that be right. Please let that be right. Please, please, please.
All our memories of a day are erased at the end of that day. Then we would unwittingly relive that same day again and again.
We aren't in a time loop. Instead, our memories are being erased at the end of each day.
Oh! Then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sabzeruz festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before. But muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
A brilliant deduction.
Yes!
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
What?
That isn't simple at all!
Still the wrong conclusion?
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and... wait a second! How did you know I got a new greatsword to begin with? I didn't tell anyone about it.
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it.
Let's just get straight to the point.
That works.
You suddenly became proficient with a greatsword because we've lived this same day many times already, and our memories of the day are erased every night.
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
All right then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this greatsword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
I like her nails. Oh, you can't see. Her nails are like red. Look. They're like flames.
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Oh? Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sabzeruz festival day after day, then
Reminder,
what happened to the things we
don't
used,
forget this
money
Saturday
we spent,
is the
the food we ate?
72-hour Dish versus Viewer Chess tournament. Be sure to show up. It starts 6 p.m. CT.
That's actually a good point, because remember the fruit? The fruit? Wouldn't the fruit at the first thing been rotted by now? Because he said, the guy at the fruit stand said that he got the fruit yesterday and he's selling it today. So if time is actually passing, then wouldn't the fruit be rotten by now? And also, would the fruit be where he had set it the night that after he picked the fruit?
Common sense
Right?
says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
I've thought about that too. But if the sages were behind this, if they utilized the entire city's resources as well as information supplied by the Akasha...
Right. They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything.
Oh. Okay.
It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
You have proof? Where?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Fine, I'll play along for a little longer. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
This is hurting my brain.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Is it really impossible? What if they used some fancy machine to carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training.
That makes sense. It seems we'll have to abandon this theory.
Hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain-exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun.
Brain-exercise.
Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Is our memory deletion theory also wrong? But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the meantime.
Yeah, maybe we're in some kind of dream, like a dream-like state, or some kind of illusion.
Yep, that's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right now?
I suddenly realized that something is strange.
Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately.
How come we've never thought about leaving the city? Oh, I have. I have thought about it. I just haven't because I'm trying to finish this quest.
Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution. Many things should become clear if we can confirm the flow of time outside of the city. Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tired?
We should have thought of this a long time ago. Yeah, we're about to get, Truman showed.
How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city. Nahida, we're back!
You're back early today. Did you find something new?
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
Have we ever tried leaving the city?
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? What did we say when we got back?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Let's try again tomorrow.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow. Our memories are back! About that... Well, where should Paimon be?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you.
Another message from who?
Listen to it and you'll understand.
What?
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories.
What?
Paimon will fill you in.
2 days ago.
It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday.
Let's go and try to leave the city. Boom. The empty illusions of the Sabzeruz festival. Head to the city gate to find a way out.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the Academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else.
Of course, the Academia wouldn't share their plans with the pawn. So the Academia doesn't trust you at all?
Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
Can we just, you know, climb over the gate?
Like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? Those guards can't be everywhere at once. This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Hurry! Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Leaving the city might trigger disruptions in our memories. We need someone to stay behind and witness events from this side.
But what if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Then Paimon won't be able to help you. Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together, haven't we?
Don't worry, Paimon. If we leave together, it'll be just the same as before.
Okay. Paimon will wait for you.
Oh,
promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. Just a quick look. And please, be careful.
And then she was never seen again.
Memories!
Let's go and try to leave the city today. Whoa. Oh, what's wrong?
I thought Paimon would never see you again. You just disappeared. Paimon waited for you for hours at the city wall and you never came back. You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look.
What did I promise?
Paimon, calm down. She's here now. I don't think she understood what you were saying.
Paimon doesn't care. Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay. Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day.
Oh, although I don't remember doing any of this still. Sorry, Paimon. I won't leave you behind.
Okay.
That's so
Paimon
sweet.
will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear. Oh, Paimon was so scared that you had gone into another world.
Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of what really happened yesterday? I see. Using two people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you...
Bruh.
disappeared in an instant.
You're sure what you saw? You weren't zoning out or anything?
No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this?
Yes, I don't even know that yesterday existed.
I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose.
Huh.
But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside.
If our memories will be erased, can we leave behind something other than memories?
Something like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
I'm done. Here you go.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha Terminal?
I made some little changes. Akasha Terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
Signal coverage.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now.
It's worth a try.
Let's go then. Let's expose those sages.
I still think you should stay.
All right. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. But Paimon still isn't happy about it. Okay. See you tomorrow, Traveler.
BRB. Hold it down.
That covers everything that's happened so far.
So that was all... I was all memory. So what was the message I left for myself?
Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
So the whole of Sumeru is being controlled.
I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty, except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
Creepy. No, don't like it.
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents.
There's another part here. I only received it last night.
These spaces have been disappearing, one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky. And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Bum bum bum. Dang it!
Why did the message end right there? What did the Traveler want to say? What are those spaces?
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha Terminal.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final spaces also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
Okay.
All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence. Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real space just randomly disappearing like that be catastrophic? My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the Akasha.
Yeah.
All the bizarre... Was that space actually the...
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zero's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day?
Is it like a copy? Like a copy of what's really going on? Like a duplicate being like simulated in another realm or something?
Paimon's head is spinning. Just what are these spaces anyhow?
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret.
Wow, the Archon War, huh? That's an analogy and a half.
A secret, huh? Give me some time. I need to organize my thoughts.
Hey, where are you going?
Like I said, the payoff, I just hope the payoff's worth it.
Do you want some alone time to think? All right then, Paimon won't disturb you.
Okay, more thought bubbles. Bow, bow, bow.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
The dance of Sub-Zeros, it's that time already.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Dunyarzad? We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
Maybe I still feel like the dance is the key.
Time is ticking away.
But I don't know. I think I know the answer now. Yes, great.
Awesome, what is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first.
It's good for what it's
You're
trying
back.
to do.
I've been waiting forever for
Which
you
just pissed me off.
Judging by the looks on your faces, are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival?
Ask away, Miss Nahida.
Okay. First off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
Okay.
Okay. Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times, and all the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence.
Dreams with no human presence.
Those spaces remind me of dreams, like the one I had in the Avidia Forest. Except these have no sign of human presence. The moon, illusions, and people in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon.
Yeah, I feel like that's not a... I feel like not dreaming is a... That's like not a... That feels like it's not something that's occurring naturally, right? That's
We are all in a dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their dreams from them.
Yes. Yes.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it.
Okay.
And those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded so weird when she was trying to describe them. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right now.
Inception? This is Inception?
Correct answer.
Oh, thank
Now,
God.
How did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this? The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate. It is the manifestation of the god of... It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace.
Because
And
you...
it grants knowledge to the people.
Because you are the god of wisdom. Right?
Oh, okay. those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too. But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
So in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So it was all a dirty trick? The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Yes, and they don't intend to stop there.
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the samsara?
The beep is a prompt tone. Those spaces kept disappearing before my eyes. But as soon as that beep sounded, many more spaces materialized.
The appearance and disappearance of dreams.
Those dreamscapes kept vanishing. But as soon as that beep sounded, more new spaces appeared. Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content. Did he mean something more? My mind feels exhausted, even... We've already experienced the Sabzeruz festival many times.
Mass production of dreams?
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sabzeruz festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha.
So why are we conscious of this dream,
No one
then?
is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sabzeruz festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha, and so it continues.
So we're all living our normal lives outside of this. It's just the dream that's repeating itself.
So this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine. Did Paimon get that analogy right?
So does that mean... Okay, yeah, so this is like two separate consciousnesses that are happening right now. So, and your waking consciousness and your dreaming consciousness are not aware of each other. So the traveler doesn't know, the traveler who's out living her life doesn't know that this is happening, and obviously like vice versa. Well, now she does because she's figured it out, but oh my gosh,
Very
this is
good,
awful.
Paimon. Using analogies well is an excellent habit to get into.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
Got it. Okay, real life terminals.
All right,
that makes
last
sense.
question. Who am I?
They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation. So then, if Nahida has referred to herself as the moon, now that I think about it, wasn't illusions a hint that we're all dreaming? Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's deception of Sumeru's people?
So you noticed.
You are Lesser Lord Kusanali.
I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. We just didn't want to expose you is all. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning.
Hee.
It's funny. Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali, Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
I have a lot of questions for you, but this doesn't seem like a good time.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life. On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
Why couldn't you simply tell us the truth?
You asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds. Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer should hopefully make more sense. Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion of reality and dream would be thrown into irreversible confusion. That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions. Long story short, I'm really sorry I had to keep you guessing.
How do the sages manage to keep people from noticing this?
Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sumeru's festival, so it would be very difficult for them to find anything that strikes them as surreal.
Okay, so maybe the first one that we watched was real. I don't know if we actually have seen the real life one.
Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from earlier samsara, right? That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, their actual dreams are being taken away from them by the Akasha. So whenever they wake up in this dream of the Sumeru's festival, they don't remember anything from their previous identical dream.
That reminds Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the Avidia forest, but couldn't see what it was about after waking up. Is that an example of what you mean?
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream-enhancing power. That explains the feelings of deja vu. Meanwhile, everyone else has no idea that they are in the Sumeru's festival samsara, while their dreams are stolen from them over and over again.
Down with the academia. We gotta get it. We gotta charge in there. And we gotta, return the Gnosis to Nahida. Is what we actually need to do. What about the side effects of mass-produced dreams?
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this? Will it ever end? And if so, when?
We might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question. Eventually, there's only so much that people can tolerate. Especially those whose health is compromised to begin with. Like Dunyarzad. This relentless exploitation takes an even harder toll on them.
People's lives are at stake here, and nobody knows a thing! We've got to put a stop to this!
Why is the dream about the Sumeru's festival?
I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence?
Even you don't know the reason? Wow, now that's strange.
The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. They have to be up to no good. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Traveler, do you have any information?
Those spaces remind me of dreams. Okay, Nahida said the Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that...
Celebrate the birth of that god? Could it mean...
I don't have any more questions.
Saving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable. After we end the Sumeru's festival samsara, we have to look into them.
How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous!
In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone.
A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
Nah.
Oh, we're out of time today.
I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
No, again. No, please. I don't want to go again. I don't want to go again. Okay.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers covers everything. Should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali? Hey, what's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
Where's Dunyarzad?
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way. Are we too late?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Oh. No. We were so close.
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad?
We have to...
What is she? Is she also going to disappear?
We have to let her... She has to see the dance. At least in her dream state.
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely. The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness. And it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she still...
It still meant a lot to her. You're a kind Archon.
Far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon. I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sumeru's festival with so many regrets.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the sage's fault, and theirs alone.
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
Oh.
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Okay, but we have to let Dunyarzad, her puppet consciousness, whatever is left, we have to let her see the dance.
Great, but how do we do that?
Although the Sumeru's festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness.
Oh, we're in someone's dream, like a host dreamer.
Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal.
Lucid dreaming?
Like when a server at a tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and mora. But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food.
So we find the host and then what?
Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream samsara will be broken.
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming?
Wait, what if it's Catherine? Now I'm wondering about that weird interaction that we had with Catherine under the area, under like the little, you know, it's then like Catherine didn't act anything like how she normally does. I feel like maybe that ties into this.
After all, like
by
you
chance.
said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, Everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the Traveler went?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility.
Ooh? Junior Zod somewhere else?
Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
Woo! Go Nahida!
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far only for Dunyarzad to... She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her.
I just feel so demoralized.
Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time. But we mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. So let's break the samsara for her sake. Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this dream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way, no?
Unlikely? Knowing the plan, they'd probably become aware that they were dreaming, and unsuspecting hosts would be less likely to realize it's a dream.
Huh. That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and Ut, so who do you think the host of the dream is?
Maybe Ferris, the Knight of Flowers?
Oh, that would make sense! Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is a symbol of the whole Sumeru's festival, right? Pretty core character. Let's go ask him some questions, shall we?
I'm shaking my knee right now.
You're back.
I'm getting so...
You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
You know?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain. Would you mind taking part in a little experiment with us?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me to do?
Could you make a wish?
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay.
It's a 5-star.
My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone.
No.
She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Ferris Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, no.
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time.
Well, he kind of got his wish. A little bit. It wasn't 50 years, but he did get to serve her, you know, many days.
Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face.
He's not the dreamer, though. I don't think he is.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh, you're...
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yalda candies per person. Back home you go.
Wow. I don't even feel like I can repeat that name. In my family-friendly stream? Huh?
Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me.
What was
that? As long
that?
as she's happy.
Guess he isn't
Dang
the host
it.
of this stream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy.
Darn it. I hoped he was the dreamer. Okay, who's next? The divination dude? Or some random person?
Seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her. But none of them has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the kidnappers.
I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Huh?
Okay,
but
Traveler.
Dia can handle them. Hey, Traveler!
Yes, let's beat them up. I'm ready for some combat. I would like to push buttons. I would like to push buttons.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Bong. Bong, bong, bong. Let me fight. Let me at him. Let me at him. Let me at him.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take
Dunyarzad and leave.
Hey, this is my job. The homie Yannis pay me, not you.
You're wasting your breath. Leave.
Fine, all right. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills. Anyway, watch yourself.
Please, let me fight them. Let me fight them. Let me fight them.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit yourself. You're going down.
It's going down. Yes! Thank God. I'm gonna cherish this moment.
No one mad. We'll price this on for size.
I am cherishing this moment.
Huh? You've been a naughty boy.
Here.
Boom. 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 Who else? Where'd you come from?
Scatter! Exterminate! Lightning, purify!
What's she doing over here?
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
I'm fine. I'm just angry at myself.
You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero's festival. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Get the clue. Get the clue.
This is the place. It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Hey, the windows are unlocked. Okay, Paimon's gonna take a peek inside. This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
An elegantly written note. After almost 16 days, I was finally able to get these notes written before the Sub-Zero's festival. Once the festival ends, you and Paimon will probably continue your journey immediately, so I was hoping that I'd be able to give this to you before that. This is a compilation of folk legends concerning Lesser Lord Kusanali, created from the series of interviews that I conducted in succession and wrote down. I interviewed so many people, but I'm afraid that there are very few who know much about her. Still, I hope that this will be of use to you in your search for her. Gandharvaville's water supply was once contaminated, forcing everyone to go far out to get water. But one day, people suddenly found that the water was drinkable again. and some say that a green light was seen near the water source the previous night. Everyone believes that this was the divine power of Lesser Lord Kusanali. That sounds quite possible. The decontamination of water sources via natural means probably takes ages. Did Lesser Lord Kusanali appear in Gandharville then? After Mama passed away, I was super afraid of the dark and couldn't sleep. But then one day I heard a voice that would chat with me until I fell asleep. A nice lady told me that Lesser Lord Kusanali must have been watching over me. Poor child. I hope that the Samsara's festival will make him a little happier. This is quite similar to something I experienced back then as well. She is indeed a gentle god. There was this one time when I had a wee too much to drink and I couldn't find my way home to save my life. Then when I turned a corner, I could have sworn I saw Lesser Lord Kusanali. She was very tall and had the most muscular arms, and she caught me when I slipped and fell. The next morning, I found myself under a tree. I reckon that must have been her looking out for me. I'm not sure this last one has much value as a reference. It was probably just a tree, right? These folks' record appended with Dunyarzad's references and opinions leave every page densely packed.
Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this.
Boom! Giga Chad Kusanali.
She was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her health problems to worry about. She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her. Hey! Where are you off to now?
Pretty. Wow.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
I guess. I'll feel better if I say this out loud. Thank you.
Traveler?
I smell pennies!
Hey Dish, long time. Do you still do those internal monologues? Miss those during quarantine.
Whoa, that scared the crap out of me. Thank you so much for the $13.37 tip. No, I haven't done one of those in a while, but I do still write from time to time. Tim, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the dodo.
You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
Man.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zerus.
I can barely recall it now.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
What?
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Oh my gosh, we need to take her to see the dance right now.
Yes, Traveler. What is it?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come...
Not leaving behind any regrets. Let's go, Paimon.
What? Where are we going this time?
To the dance! To watch the Dance of Sub-Zerus. Yes!
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer.
Make them pee-pee poof.
The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
things turn out like this?
Yeah, tell him off. Tell him off.
Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
Destroy them.
Traveler?
What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste. Wait, they're not reacting. Have
They're
they been scared stiff?
puppets. Oh, okay. So they can't do anything.
Oh, of course. If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this.
Ah, okay.
So they're just substitutes.
So they can't do anything past their lines.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage?
Hold on a moment. What's up with these flowers? Maybe Nilu is the dreamer?
Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Padisaras went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisaras? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice. Dunyarzad, did you find these?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away? So, how?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Nilu, close your eyes.
Huh?
Imagine that the Grand Sage and his entourage are not here in front of you.
You guys are acting weird. But okay, I'll try. Hey!
Pee-pee poof. Bye.
Disappeared! So Nilu's the host. What a surprise! Purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage.
Bye.
It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Padisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers,
Nilu's like,
you instantly knew it was Nilu?
Huh. Please, we need to explain what's going on.
If we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming. How should we make Nilu realize that?
We're talking right in front of
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
How did you come to that conclusion? We're talking right in front of her.
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sabzeruz festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Whatever, plot armor. Won't worry about it.
But have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was about the first sage, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried." The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love."
Oh,
Oh, okay.
In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the Academia. What a happy ending.
Wow.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes. But his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Wow.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story.
Now that Nilou is aware of it, the dream should be over soon.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over too.
But we gotta do the dance, right? Yes!
Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can.
Yes! I've been waiting a long time for this. Please dance your heart out.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sub-Zero's.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilou's dance.
Where is she? Yay!
Traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time.
My head hurts.
Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival! Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara?
I remember now.
Quick! Take off your Akasha Terminal!
At the end of the Dance of Sub-Zeros, I think I saw... Quickly, let's go see Dunyazard. Hurry. Oh, she's alive still. Yeah, I thought she was a goner.
Well done, Traveler and Paimon.
Ashi.
And thank you, Dunyazard, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
Oh, okay. Got it. I understand now. Wait. So is Kusanali is making herself look like Catherine? Or what?
I'm sorry, who are...
Dunyazard! You're okay! Oh, don't scare us like that!
Oh, Traveler Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you. I just had a dream. And I saw Nilou performing the dance of Sub-Zeros.
Yes! She remembers! That's great news. Quest completed. Talk to Catherine. Okay.
You're actually Nahida! you. Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And... Dunyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
So why can't Nahida appear as herself?
Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's all right.
After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what the Traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though.
Oh.
It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. And not a moment too soon.
It's a very happy ending. This is truly a miracle.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
Hey, it's interchangeable.
Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right?
Okay,
After all,
question time.
You saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
Dang, I'm so glad Dunyarzad didn't die. Avidya Forest.
At the Avidya Forest, there was this incense that made the Traveler fall unconscious and dream of a huge tree and a red sky.
You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me.
Yeah, so you do know. We've been wanting to ask...
Oops.
It seems like the Traveler established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died. As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable.
A message from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? We thought it was from the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet King? That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him.
Welcome back,
You
chat.
probably just heard some of their conspiracies.
Okay, so what does the message mean?
I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing that. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous aura to it. Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the Academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it. But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul. That's why I've kept trying to decipher it.
So the tree in the vision was Irminsul? Oh, Tighnari also said that Irminsul is sick. Is it because of the contaminated consciousness? But
The loops was really tough for
even if you can't
me.
figure out what that vision was all about, it seems like our search for you was all in vain.
The Traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may have a chance at deciphering it. No, we must decipher its secrets. I've already eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's.
Okay, why do you look like Catherine?
To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness.
How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses?
Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha Terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha Terminal, My consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha.
Hackermans.
I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
Yes.
Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is...
She just spit it out.
No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her.
Confirmed. 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 Catherine is a puppet. A bionic puppet of the Fatui. She's probably created by the Harbingers. Casual lore drop. Catherine, robot. We knew Catherine was a robot. That was like not a... But now we have all the information.
What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana?
That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing.
So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida?
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation. And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more proficient at governing this country. My existence has little meaning.
You are being way too hard on yourself, Miss Girl. To me, you are already an excellent Archon.
Yeah, you got a lot.
I know, it's been 500 years.
Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival. Everyone who showed up truly loves
you. Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha. Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there.
This is a lot of lore.
Doing all that should be enough.
Whew. Okay, the sage's plan.
There's never been any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru. This is the first time I've seen them step out of line. I wonder what caused them to go down this path, and what they hope to achieve. Even though the city's residents haven't noticed anything strange, if the Traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero's samsara, the situation could have become dire. I tried to do some investigating in the Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious, and all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha Terminals.
Sus.
I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Tainari to join some kind of project. Could it be related?
Regardless, I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things right, and punish them if needed. But I'll have to be discreet, or they'll see me coming.
Okay, great. I like this quest, but I don't want to do any more.
You mean
right
how
now.
the Akasha stops you from having dreams?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's up?
It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection.
Misdirection?
The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom. Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru, even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this. Anyway, The perspective advocated by the sages drowned out any voices of doubt. By now, even those who never use Akasha Terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams.
Wow, that's insane. That's a lot. I have so much to process.
Got it. I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sumeru Samsara in the immediate future.
Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us.
What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Hey, Catherine. Good morning.
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
Bye. I would record a formal YouTube outro
According to today's forest
for this, but my brain is literally fried and I can't even process my own thoughts. That was mentally exhausting, which I suppose for what the quest was, you know, the loop-de-loop, it makes sense. This is gonna be like a 6-hour YouTube video. Well, if you made it this far, thanks for watching. Yup. Goodbye. Holy, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments.